Just turned off a bit then. There we go.
Alright, we are live on my Twitch because I can't reach Jonas.
This is the end of an era.
That's bound to happen one of these days.
You know, it makes you think. Should it have happened earlier?
I hate change.
What?
And also, now I have to, like...
Don't you dare,
You love
Manikai,
change.
say what as a response to that.
No, I get it, but usually I'm the one doing that.
Shit.
You're stealing his stick.
I mean, this is just strictly worse because I'll have to, like, download the VOD and then send it to Rahal, Halldamir, and Rahal.
Or you can export it to your YouTube channel and just have that be, like, an entry into their playlist.
Wow.
I mean, I could, but it would be weird because my YouTube channel, it does exist. I have no listed videos. I have 70 subscribers for some weird reason. And the only thing I upload there is not related to, like, this part of my hobby hemisphere at all. It's all, like video game development, like, of things that I make there. So if the people that subscribe to me for some reason, they will come from that direction, like the programming and Stars and Otter sort of era. They're gonna just see YouTube videos, and I sort of don't want them to see them. Like, in some circles, I'm a fairly public figure in a position of authority, and I don't want them to realize that there's thousands of videos of me pretending to be a dragon. I mean, I'm not actively hiding the connection. Anyone with Google can figure that out, but I'd rather not make it easy.
Sounds like he's ashamed of hanging out with us. That's what I'm hearing.
We could get 70 more viewers on these videos. That's so many more than 3. Oh, I get it.
Okay, not
It was
everyone
a
likes to
good
be a
phrasing,
dragon.
though.
That's fair.
Thousands of hours of me pretending to be a dragon. Yeah, I can see. I can see how people without context would.
That is.
It's a similar reason why Grim, the video series you did on Stars and Otter, that was such an odd juxtaposition for me. I think I even put that in the comment I left on it.
You did.
Because those spheres of mine don't usually meet ever.
Well, I was the bridge in the Venn diagram.
Oh yeah, you were.
Here we go. Now I'm just gonna post like 400 more videos of Star Sonata saying, and my best friend Sheep, who plays a dragon on the internet. Rawr!
I mean, go for it. I won't stop you.
My best friend Veliknif. You can find him every Friday. Streaming. No. I understand. I like to keep my social circles, nice and separate. Just. I mean, not that I'm embarrassed about being a dragon. I'm delighted, but.
No. I suppose it used to be that way for me, but I think one social circle is this one, and the other one has just sort of fallen by the wayside.
I mean,
I don't.
It's always. I mean, people are complex. Like, none of us have a singular area of interest, and it's incredibly rare to find friends in the first place, and it's nigh impossible to find friends that like exactly everything you also do. It's usually like a Venn diagram, yeah. So that's just how it goes. That's life.
Mm-hmm.
Life is a Venn diagram.
Once again, this conversation turns philosophical.
Yeah.
Doesn't it
Just have
always?
to mention it.
I'll do today's recap.
Woo! Recap.
Yeah.
Recaps are also part of my Venn diagram.
Hi. Welcome back to Dreads the Dragon Coast, everyone. This is session at 93. Surprise. I'll paraphrase what happened last time. Cormyr and Symbia are still at truce, while other powers in Faerun get involved in the whole Shar wants to cover everything in darkness business. The Thayan fleet has arrived in the Sea of Fallen Stars, as seen here, the Black Fleet of Thay. Say with me, class. It's nominally aligned against Symbia. That's surely the only reason they're here, and not because of frustration over their ambassadors and emissaries being executed in Westgate. It's just to resolve the situation in Symbia. The Cormyrian expedition, which is on the southern coast of the sea, desired to meet with Thunderhome to broker an understanding about Elversold's future. You can see that Elversold is still influenced towards Cormyr. Valignith got invited by Thunderhome to go along to this meeting, and the resulting agreement is frosty at best, but at least it's non-hostile for the moment. Thunderhome and Valignith state claims across the Giants Run Mountains. Now the fire giants are gone. Ta-da. That said, a rumored chosen of some monstrous deity has appeared in the south of the Giants Run Mountains. There's also been the sightings of a purple dragon around the Serpent Valley. Furthermore, there are moving trees ambushing travelers in the region around the Giants Run Mountains. It's probably fine. Valignith also went looking for a new home, one of the floating island nodes to the west. He hasn't found a suitable one yet. The Emerald Enclave held an immense enclave to decide what to do about the spell-scarred cultists of Nobanion, and potentially the spell-scarred as a whole. Emissary Ledrathir convinced most of the conclave that these cultists of Nobanion had to be put down. And they were, violently, with a small favor called in from the mighty blue dragon Anglospark who wanted to see the fire giants in action. That'll also probably be fine. Just ask Termish. Emissary's ship minions were being snatched in the night. Turns out scum were snatching them. You know, scum. Slaves of an Aboleth. Good times. Yeah, it turns out that Aboleth is dwelling close to the Grand Temple of Malar and a former lair where cicatrixes. The scarred black dragon went to investigate, found the Aboleth, and nearly got body snatched. Also good times. I believe Versicatrix did something to delay Sevrius from pursuing her, but I stepped away from the computer, and I don't have that in my notes. Beyond that, though, that's your summary. Ta-da!
Yeah, she gave Cyrus the Orb of Storms.
Oh, yeah, I imagine that would delay Sevrius from pursuing.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, she'll get it back.
All right, we have all the goals, filled out. So there they are, as they were. We almost found a place that was worthy of Valignith, but sadly
Copper.
a low roll on the random mineral chart called it in an unsatisfied location.
I mean, it's not even a metal.
You're not even a metal.
Silver, bronze. I'm just saying, it's not even a metal. It's not even third best.
You weren't even on the podium.
Yeah, like
All right, and so I think we'll just move straight into the game with news on the wind. Anglospark has been flying sort of at the edge of the forest, trying to see if he could scout out some green dragons he could sort of bring in, but he's actually moved up his plans. Word is from Termish. Yeah, I mean, at this point, I think actually, I should ask: is the Verdant Eclipse? I mean, you have a 4 influence, which suggests that you actually have the ability to gather information. Are ships allowed to stop at the temple on their way, sort of, to Westgate, say?
Sure. Though, as far as like a trading and like resupply post is concerned, Well, considering the current state of Westgate, it's probably safer than Westgate.
Mhm.
So
People will
yes,
probably just not. They'll probably stay on their ship primarily, but
Yeah.
there's
Yeah.
lots of people who don't mind. Who they buy their game from. They just
sure. And
get some meat for rations, and they'll
my
buy from
faction does have to maintain its power and influence somehow. I can't, you can't just shut its doors to everyone. So yes,
Right. Then you would indeed have heard, actually, some sailors, that they're actually here to buy a lot of rations because they had to leave Termish without them. A strange fog, yeah, it's a role playing game, so fogs are always somewhat strange. Rolled across Harbor, the capital city of Termish, and it is said that many, most of the people that it touched disappeared. They're not sure exactly where they went, except the few people who managed to stay said that sort of transparent slug things dragged people to the sea, and that a massive black obelisk was seen hovering over the harbor as this occurred. Thus, these people got the hell out of there and intend to enjoy the lack of pirates in these waters, at least for a little bit.
translucent
Stay.
things, black obelisk. All right.
This has also brought Angus back interest. Apparently, he wishes to make use of the current fear and the drawing of Toby's attention to the other side. This is his time. If something, whatever, is acting against Termish, then maybe it's time that he go to take control, and then he can act the savior. You know,
Yeah,
you'd like that. So
that makes sense.
he's looking away from the forest now. No more time to gather more dragons. It's time to go and use the ones he has
All right.
to begin more than raiding.
Do we know how many he has?
No
Yeah,
one's
well,
ever asked.
he's kept it. He's kept pretty under lock and key. Most of them are
Okay.
living in the other side of the mountains. So these sites here is not really that attractive, given that you have to fly a long time. But like, if you could raid the walk away here, there was the red dragon here, Hesefe, who sort of dominated the region. You killed her, and he sort of just included that in his territory going forward. So they are not really in this sort of sphere of the Dragon Coast. They're sort of facing, but now he has a couple. Yeah. It's not like a host. It's like four.
It's
Or
not
something.
like a fucking army of dragons.
No,
Okay.
it's enough that he clearly is a leader of dragons by force, but yeah, it's probably somewhat similar to Sevrius and his command of black dragons. A regional hegemon, so to speak, big enough
Savory.
that no one else is really challenging them. And that usually lasts for quite a while until someone does and wins, and then, there's a new one that everyone's going to listen to.
One of the questions that I get then, does Anglispark's faction have more influence than mine?
No,
All right.
he doesn't.
Didn't think so. Good.
No, he's very local in sort of this region.
Locally sourced foods.
He does not get a lot of
mercenaries.
news from outside, nor does he care a whole lot. He mostly looks for the
Yeah,
outside as a way to pool resources.
Right. You seem pretty termish focused for the time being, and he'll worry about the rest later.
Yeah. Hence, he's not currently on our map because he's not, unless you invade the Osram Mountains, which I have not considered you already did.
I have
You
also
know,
not considered I would ever
he's
do that.
just this, he's a neighbor, and he's very happy to just be peaceful neighbors. He has no.
Sure.
Emmy has
No,
decided it is time to defend Termish.
Yeah,
Sure. This is a preemptive strike.
by destroying all the weaklings and then taking over and making it into an armed military state. Just imagine what he couldn't do with that many people.
You figured out the Green Dragon's motives after all this time.
The future of the Emerald Enclave is in the Ostran Mountains.
Fucking
It's
dumb.
all the beautiful trees.
We gotta move on. This is
Yeah. All right. Well, that sort of is big news going on. Beyond that, Velignith will receive a missive from the Temple of Ogma of Redenseer.
Okay.
And I can tell the Cicatrix already. You probably know what this is about, even though you haven't received one, because there's a lot of lizard folk now, and they seem to keep coming. It's like you fly over, and there's like this camp, and a camp there, and a camp there, and a camp there, and there's fires at night. They've chopped down a bunch of the like swamp woods, and they seem to just drag themselves out of the hot mud pits, which are apparently leading down to still.
Okay. Like, would she know what they want?
No, no idea really. They just sort of been amassing.
Do they look like they're ready to fight?
Oh, they all look like warriors, yeah.
Great.
Then again, I mean, what is a lizard folk? It's a big lizard with a spear. He's not really sure if that's a warrior, if it's just a normal lizard folk. You know,
That's fair.
you could kill like tons of them. There's so many. Like if you kill the camp, no one would even notice.
Well, I suppose there could be an opportunity for growth. Unlimited resources of lizard myths.
Yeah.
Maybe I could get my own Triceratops. A better one. A bigger one.
Hmm.
You know? Yeah. Could be blue. Yeah. Purple. She'll try to think of it as an opportunity, but she'll look menacingly.
Yeah.
Like, if they start blocking her waterway, we're gonna have a problem.
On that note,
So
though,
far, they haven't really attacked anyone. They've just sort of been amassing. Sheep?
yeah, I was just waiting if Ari wants to do anything specific. But I want to do something that actually slipped my mind last session, which is
Right.
track down that purple dragon, because I suspect he knows what the hell was going on.
So Ogma sends an emissary about like, hey, there's a bunch of lizards, and Maligno's like, hold my bear.
Yeah.
Like leaves.
Basically, I mean, they haven't requested anything, they've informed him, he has acknowledged it, and now he's investigating.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, the emissary would bring a missive which says that they have found someone capable of copying the scroll work, the tome.
Great. Do it.
His price is steep. He demands a copy of it too, which troubles them, of course. Yet, they are also troubled by the amount of lizard folk that have been scouting out the Redenseer from a distance. They lurk, they creep. They are not sure what they want. They're calling in. They're sending out a call for adventurers because the Arkmites are, they feel safe in their hold, but if the village got slaughtered, that would still be ugly. Like,
So, who is it they found? And what is steep?
he wants to make himself a copy as well.
Okay.
They will be giving out the knowledge twice, basically.
Well, that's not my problem. Who is he, though?
Which is a very steep price. Well, he's a person from quite far away called Vago. They had to contact him through through Amn, really, the cowled wizards, who have connections pretty much everywhere and had a lot of knowledge. They've been working with them for a while now. But Vago apparently comes from a place to the north, a place that's been ruined, but that he's been trying to rebuild, called the Well of Dragons.
Okay.
An unsavory fellow. You'll be visiting them for a bit.
What
But
what is the Well of Dragons?
like a history check.
Oh god. What is my bonus? I haven't started my character builder. Let me just assume it's like a plus 12 and then I'll correct it if it's a weird roll. 23.
23. Yeah, I mean, you're a dragon. It's you as a dragon, you would know of a place that's here. I'm gonna say that this role just gives you the knowledge that people might call it the Well of Dragons. You would have a different thought about it. It's a place that's sort of sacred to Tiamat. You don't really know why, but it's also a place where when dragons wounded, getting old in the region of Cormyr, they might often have traveled there. Sort of like an elephant graveyard, but for dragons.
That's so cool.
It is
Alright.
said that that some of your members of the Cult of Dragon and such would think that it's a place to not go raid Dragonbone because it's well enough protected that you know it lies somewhere north of the Sunset Mountains, so as you know, somewhere like up here, outside of our map, really, but not that far out.
I mean, I can't see how rebuilding that place is a bad thing. Surely.
The
So,
Ogmites don't care much about it. I mean, it wouldn't really be rebuilding as much as building in the first place he's been doing, but yeah, you know, it's they just don't like giving the knowledge out.
that's their problem, honestly.
Well, it would be your problem if the lizard folk swarm over Red and Seer before you get the tome.
Yes, that would be my problem. That is true.
It is what they're insinuating that it's going to take a while and it's going to be a problem. They don't think necessarily this guy is honorable enough that if the lizardmen swarm, he might just take what he wants and leave, and they don't really think that's not okay. So while having this threat, it's sadly difficult for them to get much work.
Yes, I understand. But I can't just go out and start murdering lizard folk without knowing what they want, and their motives have been elusive, to say the least. Although I've never properly investigated, I suppose. Something, they are very anti-dragon.
We will rise again.
Reborn Avatar organizing the lizards
Yeah.
into a proper empire, gotta come to the surface and dunk on dragons. Not a
It's
problem.
the goddamn Death King again. Oh, they have visions. Oh, it's a sign.
I mean, might very well be. But
Oh, yeah.
I really want to figure out what this purple dragon knows. Like, he didn't... That's not a coincidence.
Sure.
Death King wants dead bodies.
It's been a while though.
It's been a
How
while.
are you, how are you gonna go about finding him?
I mean, I like to think that Valignus people at this point have a pretty good grasp of the mountains and can navigate it quite well. If
Fair.
someone that wasn't native, let's say, to the valley, which I don't think the purple dragon is, at least not the surface, were to move through it, I suspect his people would have a good chance tracking that thing down. Unless he's completely gone, in which case, of course, that would be difficult, but maybe it'll at least be possible to find out where he has been. Maybe.
Give me an espionage.
Espionage, that is... What
Might
exactly?
work. I mean, I believe it's wealth and influence, I think. Just check it.
Wouldn't territory and influence make more sense in this case?
Yeah, I think so.
It,
That
it
makes
is
sense.
influence and treasure against influence and territory of your target,
Yeah, honestly, you could also probably go with the policing, given
which
that
would be might and sovereignty.
checking your own place out.
Might and sovereignty. Yeah, let's police. Let's be aware of what goes on in this place.
Really should
Sovereignty.
reset our values for the new year.
Yeah, I just did that. Sovereignty is sadly pretty damn low, but such is life. I think Valinger's gonna. No, Valinger's was busy looking for a new place. He can't participate in this. Like, there are important things, and then there are important things, you know.
Find the dragon, and then I guess bring him home to me.
And tell me what you found out. That is terrible.
Do not get eaten by the dragon.
Yeah.
You try to patrol and such, but I mean, maybe it's the sovereignty, right? It's your people have a hard time trusting each other, so it becomes very
No,
ineffective.
you go find a dragon. No,
the-
you.
They end up like double and triple checking the same areas because they don't trust that the other person actually like did it.
It's one of those D&D parties where someone looks for traps and then everyone looks for traps because the guy rolled bad.
Yeah. You know what? How about we equip our people a bit better and try again? So, a roll to increase might. Sovereignty, territory, +2. Which is 6. Yep.
I will give you the armaments to hack down the growth of the valley and
Yeah.
find that dragon.
Maybe they'll feel better about taking their time looking if they feel safe enough.
Yeah, maybe.
When they see the purple dragon,
And
start to make
no.
No, they don't.
Like two groups attack each other using the weapons that Malignant made.
God damn it. How are you this incompetent?
The cult of the dragon, you integrate. Suddenly, now you've become competent.
Dwarves are like, there was the cult of the dragon who missed that spot. No, it was the lizard folk. You know,
No,
they don't even speak their language.
If anyone could find a dragon, it'd be us. Remember?
Oh, I really want to find this guy. I'm gonna try again. Do I get more might? Let's try to get more might. You know, if in doubt, make weapons.
Here's the
Settle-
thing, Velignus, like the report they will give to Velignus is probably just that this dragon is really hard to find if he still is here. Because Velignus isn't around to really notice the bickering.
Listen, if it were easy, then it would already be done. So just do it. Give me anything.
The settlements of the Dragon Coast can breathe a sigh of relief this year.
Yeah, that is another +1 on might. Gonna exhaust our territory here.
Alright.
And another 5 dice. Please. No! Fuck's sake. Okay.
All right.
Okay.
What's going on?
It's hard to watch.
Some of these people are like, maybe the purple dragon's eating people. I hear that they can confuse people with their minds.
Yeah,
That's-
maybe
yeah.
maybe the other guys already controlled.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That explains why some of the minions don't come back and the -1 that's now lingering.
Yeah, just... Why is it so difficult to have competent people, just in general?
Telling you this is the call of the dragon. It's poisoned the well. It's poisoned the dragon fang.
Could still try to do the influence. I mean, your treasury and influence is still good, right?
Yeah.
Mind the patrol, but you could still gather information, like, espionage. Look for secrets in your place.
If I were a purple dragon, where would I go?
You know what it is. You know what happened. Why this failed. It's because the old timey like dwarves who's been here for a long time. The scouting parties that they don't like, they tell to go and check out that old tomb.
It's not a good place.
They've just gone in there and never come out.
Yeah,
They
must
break
be
through the
protect-
cave-in that Velignith created over the tomb.
Go find a way.
You know,
Fine. Chuckle.
You know, if this doesn't get better soon, then it's not gonna be good for anyone. Let's put it that way. Anyways, influence and treasure to try the
Eyes.
more like surgical approach of finding things, I guess.
Well, it's also like you're also patrolling a large area now. Like you're
Yeah.
also, and there's a lot of like people disappearing around sort of the dam area. So,
All right. Influence plus treasure, you said?
mhm.
Well, that's better.
All right. Yeah. Well, they will report indeed that they have noticed this creature. Apparently, it is staying in a place that he hasn't been around for a long time. The old camp that used to keep the Spellsguard. There's a series of caverns there. They have seen this elusive creature.
That is very close to the thing.
That is very
'Cause
close.
that was on like the north part of like north of the dam.
Yeah, it's sort of north of the dam. It's close to Worm's Hamlet. Overlooks the lake area.
I remember.
Yeah, I guess Villignev would like to visit at some point. Can find time to do that.
Sure.
Malignant goes hunting for a purple dragon.
You probably pay some attention to not being as obvious as usual. You know, maybe sticking to the clouds or like even sticking to the mountains. If this purple dragon wants to hide from the lizard folk, that seems sensible, and Villignev doesn't want to ruin that.
Sure. You know where the cave is. You've been there before. Let me just move you to a battle map here
Oh.
to meet or to look for this new inhabitant. Has he been here personally? I don't remember actually. If
No, he hasn't.
Oh.
Like Malignant saw that Emissary leader there was leading like the villagers of Elm against the cultists who had Verisix on their side, and then so he went to go burn Elm.
So we probably have the like, if this was the TV show version of what we're doing, we would have the scene of him like flying into the camp, what it used to be, just seeing like at this point it's been reclaimed by nature, right? But there's still like the soot smeared spots around, and like he can kick around and find like a bit of like broken bone and stuff like that. As he then makes his way up, where he can see there's several plateaus to this camp where big fires was once had that have been sort of flattened to allow these big pyre rituals, leading up to a series of small caverns.
We can find on the Serpent Valley map,
Yeah.
south of your dragon fang. The caverns.
As he enters the right one, and he knows pretty fast that it's the right one because, well, something happens. He can't help but feel as if he's surrounded by an sort of an echo of like many whispers, almost as if this place still has a lingering bit of whatever thing stayed here for so long. He did get rather close to it, after all, in the Underdark. He fought it.
That's true.
Free to move. Sort of entered the camp.
I don't think he will move. He's
Just-
just going to take a few steps into the cave and then just sort of. I guess dragons don't really yell, but I can't think of a better verb. Saying that I am here to talk. I know you're here. I'm curious. He's not going to introduce himself.
The air here is indeed like has a faint, almost narcotic sort of smell to it. See, as he stands here. You can hear a slight echoing sound, though it sounds again as if the sound is coming sort of through water, almost.
Suppose he'll wait a bit. He's patient. Before he says,
Could you give me a saving throw?
a saving throw. Excuse me?
Right.
15.
All right, sure. Yeah, he's able to keep his mind from getting addled by the strange invasive vapors. As indeed, down to the south, sees a long sort of purple tail twist around a rock pillar, slowly crushing it. As as a voice echoes back. Come closer. I can't see you. My eyes are not great. I have been below for very long time.
Is this a trap?
Give me an insight.
Yeah, that's sort of 25, that's okay.
Um, yes, I mean, it seems like, I mean, whatever it's happening, you are probably not expecting.
I'm not expected?
Yeah, you
That's fair.
coming here was not this creature's intention with being here.
That's good. I mean, Villeneuve has a bit of a... You know, this stuff isn't gonna affect him, and if it does, he knows he's unstoppable. This won't stop him. He should also be at full health. But I'm sure that's not gonna be relevant. We'll gently walk forward. Show yourself then, so we may talk.
He notices more of a, you know, when you have a really hot day, sort of the air above the asphalt sort of ripples.
Yeah.
It has that effect, sort of around, and as he sort of moves through it, it's almost like the air gets sticky. A psionic field of some kind.
Alright.
As the creature sort of slinks around an edge to come into view. It is smaller than Purple Dragon he's seen before. Well, he's really only seen one. He wasn't big either. Very gaunt, like it hasn't been eating well for a long time. Its wings are particular. They're small, almost like skin flaps, stretched out thinly across the bone. He reckons that they probably couldn't carry much of a dragon, really. Now, this isn't much of a dragon, but still, that's almost pathetic. Looking at it, though, it quickly becomes clear that there's something weird about this dragon compared to the ones he's seen before. Its face is elongated. Its skin is sort of smoother. It is scaled, but very smooth scales. And beyond that, around its mouth, instead of having a maw that a dragon normally would have, it has almost some 4 meter long, 4 meter long lampreys around it, while itself having a circular mouth with teeth as far into its throat as he can see.
Is that normal for dragon? Well, you just told me that it's not normal for dragon, but is that like some sort of exotic purple dragon variant or something just wrong?
Give me a dungeon check.
Dungeoneering, alright. 34, that's a nat 20.
Oh well. Somehow, in his ancestral memory, somewhere, an echoing sound is that this is what happens when illithids get a dragon, and through their own psionic power, sort of implant one of their illithid worms into the dragon's mind, performing a not fully complete transformation, but certainly transformed enough that the dragon becomes susceptible to illithid ideology and sort of becomes part of their society, a new being born from a mixture of the two. So, It's a what's called a brain stealer dragon.
Wonderful.
He would know ancestrally that what they do is they wrap you up in their tentacles and then they bore into your dragon skull and eat your brain, bringing your knowledge and your brain into theirs. Unify them and grow more psychic power from it.
Wonderful. I mean,
They are hyper intelligent, as a dragon mind flayer would be, and though they're less physically imposing than most dragons, they make up for it by far in psionic abilities. Its eyes are sort of a dull pink as it sort of looks at him, walking slowly forward. Its lamprey mouth arms sort of swaying as it does, holding them up almost like elephants' trunks, bringing them out as it walks closer.
I'm looking for
Why
like.
have you found me?
Well, I am curious, as I've said. I'm sure you've noticed that there are quite a few lizard folk on the surface these days, and now you on the surface. I find it hard to believe that those things are a coincidence, considering that I do believe elephants, as well as purple dragons, are quite important to the lizard folk's history and culture and such things. I was wondering if you knew what was going on.
I am a scout and representative from the mighty city of Arindal and the chosen of Ilsine. The Overmind desires to know what has happened to our supply.
I see, the lizard folk have stopped their donations, I suppose.
They have fallen under sway of another, a power we despise.
What exactly is this power? I've heard it was a prophet of some sort, uniting them behind avatar of some lizard folk god or something of the sort.
It is false. Their god is nothing. They follow the promise of a false prophet, created, fabricated by the king below these mountains.
I had suspected as much. I've encountered this king before and have felt his meddling. But this is. Well, I suppose it at least means that we have a common enemy in this case.
Their removal, his removal, would be very much in the Master's interest. If surfacers could be convinced to aid us, there would be much reward for you. Knowledge beyond your dreams.
I'm not opposed to the thought, even if I consider your. How do I put this? What was done to you before you became what you are questionable, at least. But
It rises up. It is clearly proud of what it is.
I suppose things happen, and those small differences in opinions need not sabotage future relations that would be mutually beneficial.
Indeed. We have no great desire or need to conquer the surface, as long as we are provided what we require for our experiments. That does not stop us from doing so if we are made to.
I'm curious, there used to be another purple dragon in this valley who has long since disappeared somewhere into the depths. I don't suppose you know what happened to him?
There are more where I am from. I am not alone in my condition, if that is what you ask.
I'm mostly
The
curious about.
masters, though, are the most skilled in this world at bringing enlightenment to the many species that wander it.
I'm sure that may be the case. So, if you're a scout, what do you intend to advise your masters to do about these lizard folk, about your lack of supply? What is your next step?
Find out why they want the fort. Their minds all echo with it. Their prophet says they must have it, that there is some papers inside they need.
The fort? Reddency?
It seems like that doesn't know the name of it.
There's a fortified temple to the northeast of here. Is that what you speak of?
Yes. They want it because they have been told they need it, which means that their master, the one manipulating it, them, has something inside that he wants. It is in our interest that it is not obtained, or at least that we know why. If it is to be weaponized against us, that would be unfortunate.
Do you have any more details on what this paper is? The temple contains much knowledge, undoubtedly a lot of it useful, dangerous.
It is old and at the bottom, elven notes, ancient ones.
I see.
The lizards do not know more than that. They have been told not to burn the temple. If they take it, they will do so trying to keep it intact so that they may use it. Empty it, if need be.
Do you know when the lizard folk want to attack?
The mind of their prophet is unreachable to me. I suspect it is a being, a member of the undead in some fashion or another. Whenever he says undead, he sort of the mouths sort of chitter and hiss. It's clear that there's a built-in disgust there, the undead creatures that dwell in this land.
I see. I suppose I will endeavor to make sure they don't get that document, while also trying to find out what it is and how it could be used against this Death King.
When he moves, I should say, he doesn't actually move. He just is a different place all of a sudden. He has a teleport speed,
All right.
which is
I mean, I'd like to think that that's a thing that doesn't bother Vindictive anymore at this point, considering both Veristrix and Emmy are heavily psionic, so this is just part of the course, really.
I don't know. I don't have a teleport speed.
I mean, Emmy is very close to basically having one sometimes.
Sure. Near teleport speed.
he also senses that it is blind. It can't see with its eyes. It sort of senses him more than it sees him.
Do you intend to stay here in this cave?
Until it proves insufficient for my needs.
Very well, I suppose if I attempt to contact you here and you're not here, then I'll just find you again.
How would you destroy him?
Who, the Death King?
Yes.
I'm not entirely sure yet. But I have resources, I have allies. Perhaps this document that is in the Temple of Ogma is interesting to the lizard folk because it contains the way to destroy him. There's ways, I just don't know which one is going to work yet.
And what would you want in return?
Suppose if there's anything you have that would make this easier, I would appreciate it. But considering the fact that I am going to destroy this Death King one way or another, it's not exactly a fair trade if you were to offer me something for something I was going to do anyways. I do, however, appreciate gifts, so have a think. Valuable would be good.
Sort of twists slightly and says, and you value what? With a little bit of disdain, like he's expecting you to say like gold or something.
I value the tools I need to accomplish my real goals rather than defeating these obstacles. What exactly those tools are, however, I'm afraid I don't know exactly.
We can give you information.
That is something I'm going to need. How about you offer a way for me to contact you should I have questions, and you will endeavor to answer those questions?
You can seek them yourself as well. Below, in the caverns, there's a tower known to the lizards as the Tower of Leeches. It is a black monolith of psionically active stone. But if you wish something easier, I shall endeavor to place within this cave a crystal, which, when touched, will bring my attention to you.
That does seem useful. I will be honest, I have no intention to interact with anything that could be described as a leech. Nor do I have any intention to ever become as you are. But that doesn't mean that there can be things we can do for each other.
Doesn't seem offended by that. That seems to be an expected opinion from you.
Very well then. I have what I came here for.
And I have more. If you can show a real ability to hurt the dead king. It blinkers. It says, we know things that no one else knows. Things about the nature of this world, this universe, of how to twist it to your will, make things the way you want them to be. Or many other things.
I'll keep that in mind.
Kill him, and any one question could be answered in full. Completely.
I'll definitely keep that in mind. For now, however, this vapor is annoying me. I shall take my leave.
It doesn't say anything, it just teleports over here.
Alright. He's gonna leave. This was fruitful.
Sure, you can leave.
How's Valignus' attitude towards the dragon that very clearly has been like, but And a lithid tadpole was put in it, so it's not really a dragon anymore.
It's an
Yeah,
aberration.
it's. I think Villeneuve said it was questionable to him, which I think is not far from the truth. It's something that really shouldn't be done, but if there's one thing he has learned over the past decades, really, is that he can only really fight one thing at a time. Maybe eventually, he'll destroy the Illithids for doing those things. Maybe eventually he'll kill Yethel for having done these things, and then Hell, but one thing at a time. Like right now, they can be useful. Like very useful
Absolutely.
even. And we have a common enemy, which is good.
Absolutely. I was just curious about his mindset, given his attitude about dragons.
Also, perhaps a small part of him remembering Veristrix thinks that maybe it was voluntary. Purple dragons do weird things. Who knows?
I mean, what is the price of knowledge is priceless, right? Like, yeah, you get some face tentacles. I mean, what's the big deal, right? Like,
What is the big deal?
Aerie says, snorting with laughter.
I looked at that thing and I was like, nope. Bet it has like three to grab your face and like suck the life out of you.
And while I am in the business of hogging screen time, there's one thing that Villeneuve wants to still do before doing this, which is send a messenger back to the Temple of Orgma, detailing that the lizard folk have a very particular object in mind that they want to steal from them. And if they know what that is, it is paramount that Villeneuve gets told the details. And he will basically give the description of ancient elven notes in the bottom of the temple, presumably something very valuable, maybe relating to stone giants, undead, that direction. Please take a look. It's important.
The emissary hails slightly and just stammers before he hurries back.
Oh, and one more thing. Villeneuve is very much interested in those lizard folk not getting it. So he would offer to not only come there himself to defend it, of course, but also station some of his people there to be ready for the defense. But of course, they'd have to be in the temple and be basically stationed there, so he's just gonna make the offer and suggest that the Temple of Ogma accept it.
Fortunately, the village outside has plenty of room for his
No, it's gotta be in the temple,
old
because
watchtower, actually, that's right in the direction of these lizard folk. That seems like a perfect place to be.
yeah, but the point is not to defend the town, the point is to defend the temple.
Yeah.
I like to think that the orc mind is like, yeah, the town is not important. Like, yeah.
Oh, well, I don't envy this emissary.
No.
The new Grand Master of the Order is like, every generation, we're at the behest of dragons. Orc will give you strength.
And I think last but not least, Villeneuve will also inform Emmy about the situation, that the lizard folk are under control of the Death King, want to attack the Orgmites, take something, yada yada.
Trying to speak with emissary leaders here is going to immediately just bring up the Aboleth situation, and we're Cicatrix possibly being corrupted by an Aboleth. Like, there is no way to inform the Green Dragon without her immediately throwing back in Valignus' face that the Black Dragon personally confronted an Aboleth.
I have to laugh because it was all okay. One thing at a time. Let's handle this, and then Emmy returns with that situation.
I was gonna say, I mean, you did hear, I think, You got
like the dwarf explicitly, recorded the message for that, I presume. So like trying to message like Emizure Leaderveer is basically to be like, yeah, and just gonna be like, so what about we're cicatrix?
I know
But
you received my text, and you
yes.
had
that's basically the equivalent of that. Like, I know you got my text.
You'll be very rude.
I mean, have you checked on the cicatrix?
Checked. She hid from me.
I suppose I'm going to check on the cicatrix.
There's like a pause and says, "Be careful.
I could
Who
handle
knows
her.
what lies she's full of."
Sorry, I'm taking so much pressure from.
Right over the sending stone, by the way, where we're cicatrix. If we're cicatrixes, they can hear and maybe respond.
I was gonna say she like the switch to her, and she's like, just her eyes are just rolling. She's like, she'll call Seven and tell them that maybe the Dickens will come soon. Get up from her hoard and go to some.
As for the whole business involving like lizard folk, I don't think Emizure Leaderveer has immediate reply about that, other than to say, "What would you like to do about that?" But like,
As far as I've heard, the orc might still believe that your deal with them still exists.
out of character, I don't think that's true. Like, nor is it explicitly what they told to Valignith.
They feel
That-
like they've been pretty much left alone. Now they haven't been too overt about that to Valignith, really, but so he might be of that opinion. But they do think like right now the Arkmites are using that as a paper shield. If anyone
Right.
tests it, it's gonna fall through. But as long as they don't, you know,
Yeah, she hasn't told anyone that she hasn't been.
yeah,
Emizure says like, if they wanted to be protected, they have not asked for my aid since I have relocated.
That surprises me. I suppose if they do ask, now you know the context. But suffice to say that I think it would be in our best interest that the lizard folk under the control of the Death King do not get this document. If you were in a mindset to assist, that would be appreciated. But of course, there are other issues, as always.
She says, "What other way would we assist, or I assist, other than by killing the lizard folk on the surface? Presumably, there are just more of them beneath the ground. And we cannot plug every tunnel that leads to the surface."
It might be possible that during their attack on the temple, this profit of theirs might be exposed. Otherwise, I would be happy to simply delay the lizard folks' advances through the use of my forces and us until all usefulness of the Orgmites has been extracted. Perhaps we can rescue this document they're trying to get, as well as get, you know, the book I'm after.
She narrows her eyes.
I figured I'd merely tell you what I'm intending to do with the temple, and if you want to assist, I would appreciate the aid. The same goes for you, Vasicatrix, in case you're listening, but I will...
Presuming you're not an Aboleth servant.
Yes, if you are in fact an Aboleth servant, then please do not come to the Temple of Ogma.
Yeah, don't listen.
That's all right.
The test is, are we welcome? And if she says yes, you know there's something wrong with it. It's like, oh,
That's what it is. Like, of course, please come in. That's it. Destroy the entire fort.
I will be waiting in my room.
I mean, yes.
All right.
Join me in the walk.
Emizure is not opposed to the idea of assisting Valignith with whatever.
Yeah. Plus,
as far
there's
as
the
this matters
fault,
concerned.
the delicious irony in the Orgmites seeing Valignith and Emmy work together.
Yeah, it probably wouldn't be her directly.
Yeah, I guess Villinger has to do more things that distract him from finding your lair by seeing.
Yeah. As soon as we get off the phone again, like Abuser will go out, like out of her horde, like back outside, and say the equivalent again of lying bitch about her secretary.
While, while she's looking out over the water, lying bitch.
Yeah, because she doesn't think that, like, she thinks that Versicatrix has been corrupted by an aboleth as much as she believes anything Versicatrix has said about what's actually down there. And so she just wants to punish Versicatrix for all these fucking lies and cowardice. Sick malignant on her.
The greatest punishment of it all.
Exactly. I know how much she loves visitors.
Can be so condescending if he wants to.
Yeah, I guess Villinger will go visit Vesicatrix in the Eel Fort.
Yes, he'll be met. Yes, yes, the mistress said if you would come, I will lead you there. Yeah, he'll be led into a gross, wet, uh, like knee-high basement full of dead fish. Well, eel, really.
Cozy. I suppose that this servant that greets Villinger here does not look like a mindless aboleth servant or whatever.
No, he looks like a criminal that has learned to speak sort of fancily.
Wonderful.
What are the steps of etiquette I need to speak to the dragon so I'm not devoured?
You know? Well, as is, you know, it is understood that when you were respectable, big deal, you need, someone to present you.
Rule number 1. You don't say do you, you say doth thou.
No, that's way too. That's way too much.
Doth thou desire some floor eel while thou's the wait?
Floor eel.
Fleal.
Yeah. Yes. Yes. There's plenty where they come. We can even roast them for you if you don't like the worms inside.
Real.
Well, yeah, the sisters will join him. Well, what do I owe the great pleasure?
I think you're very well aware of why I'm here, considering you were listening.
She considers lying, but then she's like, no, it's not worth it. True. So, what is it that you plan to do?
I haven't decided yet. From what I've heard from Emmy, you've visited some aberration, an aboleth?
Well,
And
I
now...
cordially asked Emmy for permission to go into her area, visit an old lair of a dragon here. That was also included in the sorceress ritual. I went there, found an aboleth, and retreated, not wishing to linger in the water, went home, and Emmy somehow thinks that me not going there immediately after being in combat with an aboleth and all its minions must mean that I have now become one with the aboleth.
Have you?
No, but that's what I mean. Jordan looks like a little like puzzled. She's like how do you? He's like,
You're
how
asking.
is I don't know how I would convince you that I haven't. I don't exactly know much about
Do you
apple.
target sheep?
Excuse me?
I mean, that's an invoke, right?
I
I don't exactly know how the truth is revealed.
let me have a think.
I didn't even
No,
consider that.
no. I have to resist that. It would sour this relationship.
I was gonna say, there's no way that anyone attacks with Cicatrix without her hitting back.
Yeah.
Like, there is.
It's very much a setup right here, though.
So, some voice in Malignant saying, just, you know,
You know how you could find out?
yeah,
If she had psychic power, she'd use them to defend herself in dying, life and death
yeah.
situation.
No, but Malignant will not do that. I've paid their sins. So Malignant will
Alright.
say, then why didn't you answer the sending stones? Why does Amy harbor such hard feelings against you? Why are you not saying the exact reason why you went to that lair in the first place? Whose lair is it? Some dragon involved in the ritual? I'm sure there can't be that many, and I would like to know about all of them.
I think it blinks. She looks at Relignif. I don't think that you are aware of the scale of what this sorcerer did. There are not many that could be considered dragons, I think, once he was done. I mean, look at Senistin. Sethiston. He was probably one of the luckier ones, ironic.
Then why don't you make me aware of the exact scale instead of belittling me by implying that I don't know what I am? I should not get carried away in this conversation. Suffice to say that I am confused why you're being so secretive. At least to me.
The Basinger just looks dumbfounded at him. Like, I. Like, her black dragon is just like, what?
You have no reason to lie to me. You have no reason to hide things from me. I would rather not my confusion turn into me being upset about it.
She starts rolling her eyes, but then she's like, okay, I already got one pissed off dragon up here right now. She's like, why is it that I have to tell you what I plan to do before I go somewhere? I don't expect you to be telling me everything you do in the mountains. I do hear that you have been expanding, by the way. That is very nice. I do hope that you keep in mind that, well, please don't expand into my territory.
You should know by this point that your territory is my territory in the sense that I want your territory to be independent and large.
Good. So, as I said, I was looking. Well, I was looking for information about the ritual site, since it seems that I am not able to help with the rooms of the giants in learning how to contain the undead, which we still need to work on. I suspect that, well, I guess you confirmed it, they're lizards swarming. I think we have a common enemy in them as well. I do not appreciate them being.
And this Aboleth is connected to the Death King and the Lizard Folk?
I don't know. I don't see how it would be. It's by Starmantle, but on the other hand, well, the Death King doesn't use psionic power, to my understanding. Does he?
I don't believe so.
Maybe.
What did you find out then, other than that there's an Aboleth in that dragon's lair?
Nothing. I wanted to go in there, but there was an aboleth. The aboleth told me that it wished. Well, really, your dwarf should have described this. If he hasn't, you should really consider, hiring someone better than that. The aboleth was upset that Blue Flame had been removed from Starmantle and kept complaining and trying to figure out what had happened. I pretended that I wanted to give it information, and it still attacked me, and I escaped. I told Emmy of this psionic thing, and she got very mad. She had warned me when I asked for permission to go there, said that some of her people had been lost. She waved a claw. I'll admit that I did not think much about it. We are not people.
I see why Emmy is upset. You reminded her of me. Old me, anyways.
What?
I'm
He looks
saying
offended.
I'm saying that it was very silly to go into an obviously dangerous area after Emmy has warned you alone. What is in that area that seemed important enough for you to go there despite the warning?
Information about the sorcery's rich. I. We need to prepare the lake.
How did you find out about that dragon slayer? Do you know where more are?
There are not, to my knowledge, there were not more in the area. No. There could be now. Suppose, though.
I mean specifically dragons associated with the ritual.
No. I just heard talk from the servants that came and went.
How did they know
About other dragons
about
being tortured while they were doing it. Malignant. Oh, the rituals are not important enough for the sorceress to always be present. She is much too busy.
I see.
She's clearly starting to work herself over friends thinking about Yaxel now. With the acidic froth around her mouth.
Just so you're aware of it in the future, I think interacting with myself is very simple, to the point where you could confuse it for me being simple. Let's not make that mistake. I expect that anything regarding Yaffle, the ritual, which concerns all of us, is shared. I expect that warnings passed along all three of us are respected, as those warnings will carry weight. None of us want the other to die, for it would impact each one of us. Obviously, you're aware of that. So let's make sure that unneeded secrecy of concerns, paranoia don't get in the way of us succeeding in the end. Are we clear?
He just stares at him. Yes, yes, of course.
Wonderful. Then my visit here is concluded.
Please.
I won't suggest that you talk to Emmy again, but it could be considered. Yes, willing will leave.
You know, if Cicatrix is worked up so much to a frenzy about Yaffle, then I think she needs to see this done. If there is something information pertaining about that, right down there, even with the danger of that, she saw it done once before, but now she knows what's down there. Now it has to be done, right? Otherwise, why is she getting worked up into a frenzy?
No, still resist that.
I'd love I'd love the first thing that happens after this talk is the Cicatrix fighting the Aboleth again.
Yeah.
Well, well, no, if she went to do it alone, then she'd be stupid. It wouldn't even be following
Yeah.
compulsion.
Oh yeah, okay. I mean, that's what I mean. Like, she'll work towards doing it, but she's not going right now.
I feel like see it done just means that it's the thing you're doing now.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I meant in that context,
okay.
not like.
In a
No,
good
I
or
didn't do it now. That'd be stupid. Yeah, still go into a cave and think about what to relay and what not to say, and having to talk with Emmy. God, having to work with other dragons is really troublesome.
But like, this is the reasonable one too.
Then you think about how it's all Yafu's fault, you know?
I like that. Just blame the apple.
Oh, that's everything. Yeah.
I would have been the Black Dread if not for.
I'd be a bigger dragon. I wouldn't have to deal with this nonsense.
But not that I would want to be the Black Dread, but I could have been if I wanted to, but I don't.
Just like Severius.
Mm. Big Black Dragon.
Fantasizes about it.
And he could have given you the Overstorms.
He's not cool enough to get it himself. Sucker.
All right.
Black Dragon speculations in her lair.
All right. It's been a very eventful start of the session thus far.
Yeah, I'll sit back for the rest of it. I've had my 33% of the session apparently. Yeah.
I don't need to take immediate action.
I think, like, the Cicatrix will wait. I don't know, like a month. You know, it's just, and it's nothing to do. It's just like
All right, a month. Yeah.
she can't feel like she's like, you know, She doesn't have to excuse herself.
I think
And
that month will probably be how long my Dragon Manichae needs to take to find the half-complete Aboleth poison, and it's probably anyone who was responsible for making it 40 sessions ago is dead.
So someone comes into the room, wherever it comes in, like slams the door behind it, and it's like, okay, all right, everyone, who has the poison? Oh, what? Aboleth poison. She wants it now. As they just
We
stare at each other like, I thought you had it.
we
Where
brought it with us when we moved,
your
right?
grandfather made it. It's like, find it. Find something.
So imagine that panic happening. That is a good vision.
yeah, and I mean, ugh, I think she will actually show up.
Oh,
Looking at the sending stone, he's like, this is not gonna be enough. Yeah, she will,
do I?
however, not swim there. She'll fly.
She like gives a long look at the water.
She'll just swim for her own little. But then when she comes to the like big fucking pond there, no, she's
All right.
fine.
Then
Like,
this will
na
be an
na.
appropriate time to provide the dear viewer the description as you approach the Citadel City. The camera can finally look over there. Oh shit. Think back to Imizuri's previous lair, the Warm Hill. Prominent feature, mostly clear of trees, set near a lake, towered over the nearby landscape. But most of its 100-meter height went unused, and very little happened on the surface. It was all tunnels and caverns, and you had to make it inside to see those. Beautiful natural terrain, but nothing of interest besides Malar Shrine, fairy portals, and dragon treasure. A traveler could look at that from a distance and ask, who cares? Well, the Ashes of Starmantle, they only had flat land. So, Imizuri had to improvise. And so, after 15 years of work, we have the Grand Temple of Malar, which is really devoted as much to the dragon as it is to the Beast Lord. Imagine a structure about as large as the Great Pyramid of Giza, shaped like a Mesoamerican step pyramid, with a black granite foundation and clad in green marble. You've got a massive staircase on the west side, which ascends 120 meters, past 4 levels, with crenellations and mounted ballistae until, at the summit, you finally reach the bloodstone altar consecrated to Malar and a perpetual pool of fresh water. Facing north and south, on each level are huge entryways, and alongside those entryways are green marble panels with draconic calligraphy made of moonstone. Those panels extol the virtues of being a predator, they tell the story of Starmantle's liberation from the Far Realm, they glorify the dragon, and Malar. Also, Moonstone is a gem used in magic items to control or protect against lycanthropy. The gem is sacred to Saloon, and its use here amused the dragon. Now, surrounding the Grand Temple is a network of structures made of sandstone and granite. These satellites serve as a home base for her numerous minions and a trading outpost for visitors. It's an awkward mishmash of backgrounds and personalities existing in something less than the small city Starmantle used to be, but something more than, well, nothing. Imagine a dwarf architect and a drow architect, each with their own laborers and supplies, given the task of constructing the same part of the interior of the Grand Temple. Imagine a grizzled druid bartering hippogriff eggs to a were-rat merchant who in turn will find some stupid rich person who thinks a tame animal is the same as a domesticated animal. Imagine an old gnome riding on the back of a bulette while commanding his locust swarms to create life from the ashes of a ruined city. Imagine a 70-meter tower of white marble topped with an immense star sapphire which shines like a beacon in the night. Nova Cree's Tower of Light. Now no traveler can ever look at Emizuri Leaderthir's lair and ask, who cares?
Damn. Yeah, I think with Singers, it's like when she sees it arises, she like stops.
Construction is still an ongoing process, but now is focused more inward to finish up the various and numerous rooms and hallways.
Last time she really just saw the towering, big, weird, mixed tower.
Yeah.
And
Novacree's Tower of Light.
you know, she was like, "Well, that's odd, but you know what? Who knows? Maybe that's the kind of temple Malar wants." Yeah.
Uh, the Black Dragon, provided she is actually flying, and she is, will certainly be spotted. And Emizuri Leaderthir will emerge from the Grand Temple and stand at the summit of it. A wide, open-air shrine. And look up expectantly where Cicatrix to land.
Yeah. Still land.
Made a little meeting place, open air summit thing quickly, just on the Star Mantle map. I'll put you two
Okay.
there. You know, we have one for the Dragon Thane when he seems fair. We should have.
Damn.
Sure.
I need to get a dank token basement map.
Dang token. Dead eel everywhere.
Some rotting fish. Just
Shit.
Oh damn.
Yeah. Emizuri squints at where Cicatrix. It's pretty evident. She's making no, like means to hide that her frustration with Cicatrix, but also that she doesn't think that she's some sort of, like, fucking aboleth creature that she needs to immediately smite.
Well, this is a big change. She looks around like, I was under
He,
the impression that the Beast Lord did not like uh, structures such as this, but well, what do I know?
Predators adapt to their situation. Such was the necessity of ensuring that all within the Gulfmere and abroad knew that Malar had returned to this region. Besides, it suits me. I did enjoy my previous home, but it got cramped. A new neighbor.
Fair. She just thinks of all the new neighbors she's getting that she's not enjoying. Ugh.
I know. Congratulations! You now have this territory.
Damn beasts and lizard folk. Ugh,
Oh shit!
bother.
What brings you out this way, especially by wing?
Well, I did not exactly feel like a swim down this coast again. Last
She,
time was rather unpleasant.
she looks with frustration at the coastline so far down below. Then back at where Cicatrix.
Well, I suppose you have questions, and I suppose I will do my best to answer them.
I asked
Nice of you.
questions, and
Nice
I
of,
received the answers you gave me.
nice of you to talk with Velickness. You do so know that I love company.
Valignith has a way of conveying things in a fashion I do not. You may look at me and think one way, but Valignith is blunt, and attempts at obfuscation. It is the nature of a red dragon, after all. He gets annoyed, and when he gets annoyed, He responds differently than I. He makes everything his problem. I knew your well-being would be part of his. I also knew that he would feel as I do, that any matters pertaining to Yaffle were of concern to us all, and that we all would take action if we found that agreeable. Valignant is the easiest to convince of that. Whereas I might be a bit more reluctant, as a result that I was so willing to offer you assistance, if but I only knew, directly myself, would clearly convey the severity to him of how serious this is. Perhaps to you, but, you. She, like, tilts her head. Still trying to figure you out.
Good.
You're held down by your scale color and that, a human snatched away, glory from you. Whereas Yaffle gave me an existence I might otherwise not have had.
So just like, well, if she didn't kill the ex first, she'll mumble under her breath like,
She says, I do not believe it is something Besseret could have lied about.
well, he found dead eggs, right? Who says they were dead before she got them?
I do not believe it is something Besseret could have lied about.
But Susan mumbles to herself, unknown about. Stupid devils.
Immusory Legionnaires' head remains tilted.
Yes, Emmy.
Just,
If
you,
there's
you,
nothing else.
you flew all the way here to offer me the opportunity to ask a few questions I already asked, and you offered whatever answer you feel comfortable answering?
Well, I came here because I cannot kill the aboleth myself, most likely. And because, while you live by design, I suspect, quite far away, Valignant lives quite close. And I would prefer being able to continue a working relationship with my neighbors. At
Y-
least to that.
yes, we're Cicatrix. I accept your apology, and I will gladly aid you slay the Aboleth. I have, she, like, furrows, like, her face. Like, there was a poison that was being worked on by myself some decades ago. My minions are currently in the process of relocating it. There may have been incidences in the moves. I will further refine it. Currently, it is nothing but an irritant which might cause this aboleth to leave the lair and move further out into the open water. But I know a specialist in the forest who really enjoys poison and might jump at the opportunity.
Hmm.
With that further refined, it should be enough to expel the aboleth into a more advantageous position for us. Well, more so you. I do recall the last time I traveled with you into a lair for combat beneath the water. It didn't go well. So I seek to be more prepared this time.
She nods. She's sort of impressed. So you have. Yes, you did mention you'd had to deal with these beings before.
Yes, there was a troublesome relationship developing between cultists who bear a spell scar and their leader, an aberrant entity, and an aboleth which dwell beneath the valley. The other dragons in our group, combined with Valagnith, also had a strong interest in directly confronting this aboleth, which necessitated the preparation. However, we got distracted by other affairs, whether it was the fire giants, whether it was Lord of Winter Pipers, whether so many other problems came around the time that there was no need to confront the aboleth, and it, since I believe, got flushed out into the open and destroyed.
Yes.
However, there is a new one, and there are certainly others, and I, assuredly, am an enemy of the Far Realm.
Yes. It seemed to be very mad at you for having turned off the spell plague here.
It is delightful, perhaps. Well, if such an entity can think and feel, maybe it could be goaded to know that I am the one most responsible for destroying the blue flame here. Flash his teeth. Tell me of its entrance for Cicatrix. How would one enter this lair?
Hmm. It is very well hidden, but there is an entrance through a almost sort of softer side of a cliff. It looks just like the other, but is in truth I suppose you would call it mud. It's just this simple word for something so wonderful.
Like mud travel through, not unlike what we encountered with that previous lair I aided you with. Then, if that is the only entrance you know of, then it can be manipulated in some fashion. I will think of a way in which the poison may be spread through this mud, and then the mud subsequently hardened, so that
Well,
the aboleth on the other side is confined within the poison.
that would be a great help. It has covered the whole thing in a weird sludge. Moving in there is like, well, I suppose it's like moving in a swamp if you were not from one.
Large dragon tries to conceptualize the meaning of like being held down by the terrain.
Yes, like, it's like moving in water if like, I don't know.
She says, "Yes, the poison will not slay the aboleth, but given the environment you described, and perhaps my provocations, it will be forced out into an open area where we can confront and slay it."
It will have many of the little things.
She says, "I would not bring any of my minions to assist with that. Not only would they be incapable of fighting down there, but I would not trust them. They could be lured so easily to serve the aboleth, I imagine.
Oh,
Do, do you have any aquatic minions that could be of assistance in that regard? Or are they also too weak-willed?"
Manakai, would she deem that the like Shaharkin people she has would be of aid, or not so much?
I mean, they could in a faction sense. They could you could have some of them around to do things. I mean, to you they would be minions, right? Like for the most part, and probably this anything at the size and power that you as a dragon can show. Certainly, none of them will be a threat to something that is capable of fighting you. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't serve you.
Maybe the minions.
Yeah, exactly. They could if for a couple, they might be able to, yeah, like lower some minions away or really you don't have that much intel on what's down there. But
Yeah,
it's worth a try, sure.
yeah. I think she would. She would like. My people might be able try and lure some of the minions away.
Good. I trust that you are far more capable and knowledgeable about handling matters below the surface than I am, especially given your age compared to mine.
Her eyes narrow. She feels like she's not getting a compliment right now.
It might have very well been a backhanded compliment.
Like, oh, okay.
She says, "You are welcome to stay here. The inside of this temple is still very much under construction. However, one of the ancillary buildings could be made to suit you until you return home."
To suit me, I highly doubt. She looks at the big, like, green marble. She's like, mm.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
thank you for the
Yes.
offer.
Yeah, the texture of the marble very much looks like that. Sort of like a jade, sort of like mint green marble.
Mm.
She says, "Very well. Well, at the very least, you could stay to have a meal before you make your return trip back. Again, the poison must still be found, but I will make movements to have that all ready." She looks up the sky quite quickly. "This matter does concern me."
Good.
"Then farewell, Recicatrix."
Yes. And she's like waiting there, like, is she complaining too much about her not staying? It's like, oh, she did me great. And then she'll take off before so it's like, it's like, but she can't take it back. No take back, she's leave it. Like, yeah, you really should stay for lunch, but she didn't say it again. I was like, well,
Yeah, shit.
that was not a request.
Oh, not bad. And he
Uh,
sort of watches her fly away and then, like, goes, like, stalking after her minions to figure out, like, what's the progress on finding this half-finished Aboleth poison I personally poured some effort into decades back? Where has this gone?
my effort is very, very.
Exactly!
You had better keep it in a treasure trove somewhere.
I had a progress clock I half-filled and everything.
They found some. It's just like it's like glue now, like all nice
Like,
and thick. Yeah.
like, looks. Doesn't know whether that's still viable. Thinks she could probably, like, reconstitute it. Uh,
It's
I
gonna be
think,
poured in water.
yep, I think, well, like, my idea, Manikai, for improving the efficacy of this is to there's actually someone who's in the Gulf Mirror who is like really into like poisons and like even had like worships a deity who's also really into poison. That's like a thing, like a sphere, like there is.
Yeah.
And and like we don't have to have this in character. We can like do this like reduced in character. But Imi Zure Leader here is very capable of presenting like the argument of like if you want to like improve your ability to like make an impact and difference in this region, like be accepted by these people, then killing like aberrant creatures is the way to go. Like there is no one in the Gulfmere who can say killing an aboleth is bad. Oh no, you poisoned the aboleth. Ah. Now they might not fully conceptualize that then there's like residue that spreads in the water, which affects like other like living creatures. But like aboleth, far more dangerous than anything in the local environment. So I've got like this half-finished like poison here that's like a skin irritant to like aboleths, but I need to like force it to take action. I don't want to slay it. I can do that myself, but I need to be able to provoke it. I figure like someone who's like a true expert, like a mistress of the arts here, who really know what they're doing, could help me like improve this formula to just like blow this far realm creature's mind. there. So I know that was really great in character.
Little elevator pitch. Yeah. No. Velmina here is that it sounds like something she would want to, of course, be part of. The important part here is, of course, that it's brought out to the others who aided in dealing with such a thing.
Absolutely.
So that the plague and death can become part of nature,
Yeah, like it's a natural cycle of life. It completely makes sense. Diseases rise
Forest,
and fall all the time.
yeah, forests and death plague can be one and the same. It's
Yeah.
really cool here. Yeah, that will be a great aid. She'll begin looking into it. She knows little about aboleths. I mean,
Mhm.
who the hell does, right? But at some point, her god probably does. So
Yep. What I know is the information that was received from the Ogmite, because I put the question to them. The fuck? How do I stop an Avaleth?
yeah, no, she's about the best person you could ask for
Yeah,
making poison. How convenient.
I know,
Very,
right?
yeah, no, she will do it. Of course.
Great.
Really, I mean, she'd do it without you asking to.
I bet you would.
It's like, oh well, I have several ideas. Horrible things I could do. Especially since you don't care about the other water creatures.
Yeah, like, oops.
Mhm. Oh no, some things died. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, And then, like, this water that's poison will somehow be drained away into the Underdark or whatever the fuck, and then fresh water will come back in.
It's fine.
Yep. The cycle.
It's good. It's gonna be working on that.
Great. The other thing that I want to do is for an item purchase. Beyond that, I think we can actually go to initiative. And it's going to be a low level wondrous item called the Pouch of Frozen Passage. It's level 9, costs 4,200 gold pieces, and has an interesting effect involving freezing like areas of open liquid for like up to 4 hours once per day, or in the case of us, 10 days. Costs 4,200 gold pieces. I figure since it's 10 levels beneath us, I can probably find that within a year.
Yeah. You got the connections. Good for. It's not a problem.
All right. I'll subtract 4,200 gold pieces.
All right. Yeah, I mean, let's see what happens, right? Grant Mercenary Guild is no longer really around. Shouldn't be here anymore. Just fix that real quick. There we go. Good. Cold of Nabanian got decimated last time. Again, last time. They don't really have any people anymore. Nathlan, though, to act, but honestly, they're dealing with these beasts still. I'm gonna say that I mean, things are bad for them. They want to be isolationist. There's like a bad thing in the forest. There was some trouble with some druids. They're just gonna close their borders again. Just lock down a bit. That's probably what they're doing. I don't think they have any particular.
Oh no. Poor
You know,
merchants and travelers.
they stuck their head out and they got slammed, and now they're going back in the shell. And then we have these guys. The fleet that has been arriving is going to go to Westgate. To resupply.
In quotation marks.
Yeah. And to disembark some of their friends. As with them comes a mercenary company following the new presence of the Church of Bane in the city. Fans here have have the desire to arrange a meeting with the nobles of Westgate. Westgate is sort of notably ruled by the same, I think 5 noble families? Just to make sure, yeah, 5 noble families that have basically been ruling the city forever. They rule generally each sort of with electing between them an archon, who then controls the city's guard. And generally, these guys are perfectly happy to take care of any of their fighting through sub factions and subsidiaries and people who have their support and whatnot. They're all entirely corrupt, obviously. Thus, the place they sort of live and the places they meet, it's such a generally very civil and nice. And if you're very wealthy in Westgate, you can get away with just being in that part of society, and you wouldn't even know that this city is has constant blood flowing on the streets because they don't need to see it. This is the place the three, I should say 4 red wizards captaining these ships will go meet to discuss, well, who knows what. Of course, the Black Network knows, but that's sort of their business.
So does that mean Citizen knows?
What was that? Sorry.
Does that mean that Citizen knows?
Perhaps
Citizen?
it's possible. Would you inquire?
Yes.
All right. Well,
What
uh,
are the fans doing here?
they are ingratiating themselves to the government. It seems like they would like to aid in retaining order in the city and maybe ensuring the council's continued control. A an enclave could be established here. Beyond that, they have been looking for some people who have disappeared in the region and would like a place from where they can strike further in to the land. They're most dissatisfied with, well, the host for allowing their emissaries to be killed. The nobility of Westgate does not want to anger the mighty nation of Thay, after all. They are somewhat intimidated.
Right.
That's interesting. I mean, really, they're not that much worse than the Red Banner host.
Right. He just scowls at him. Well, I would like you
Some
to.
with numbers that make it difficult to do anything else. Beyond that, they're apparently interested in whatever investigating something within Westgate itself. So they might stay here a while before traveling elsewhere.
Well, thank you. Keep informed. I do so appreciate help.
Of course.
I would like to know what they are doing here. You know that there is a situation.
If they do something I think I can do anything about, I'll let you know.
Well, not necessarily just something you.
Well, we all know you do not touch the families.
Oh, the nobles. I don't care about the nobles. I just want to know what the thing.
I would hazard, I guess, to say that they're looking for rebels. Conspirators. And so.
See. Well, I shall disturb you no further.
That's all right. I rarely see any of you. I heard you handled Severius.
Ah, yes. Yes. He looks wistfully out. Yes. Really was a pretty orb, though.
Oh, I believe it was.
And then she's thinking that, and I want him to still be like, oh, yes, he knows exactly what she's thinking about. Like, yes, yes. Well,
Have a
maybe
good
one
day.
day I will see.
Captain will extract himself from the situation.
Yeah.
Yeah, he seems to have made a nice little living for himself working with the Black Network.
Yeah.
If nothing else,
I,
as an enforcer.
as a, I am okay with having someone who knows a lot of stuff about Westgate
Yeah.
and other shit. That is perfectly fine for me. Yeah. Well, great. She just will add it to her growing list of problems.
Mhm. Yeah, Esthe approaches and makes a deal. They're not interfered with. Makes a deal with the nobles of Westgate for mutual benefit, trade. It's good this time of year, and they have some of the same enemies. Why not?
Trade is good this time of year. Looks out at the Sea of Fallen Stars.
Yeah, well, you got to find someone to trade with, right?
Right.
Mm,
Symbia's kind of a
I'm gonna
no-go right
move.
now.
I'm gonna move. You know, I'm with the white faction, so I'm just gonna put myself over here. I don't. That's all right. You know what?
I do enjoy the Westgate icon being once again the Night Masks. They're back somehow.
Uh-huh.
Aha.
Yeah. Well, who knows, right? Who knows?
Who knows?
Um. Yeah. Cormier continues to not really want to expend any more resources than they have to. Still licking their wounds after this current situation of having some peace. Beyond that, the king is getting very old. Their legendary king, their heroic king, their epic level legendary sovereign king, and it is unsure who is going to be his heir because people are not overly impressed with his children. Cormier is preparing itself for a tough time. Temple of Ogma will there's a problem here. They look south, they see raiding centaur tribes. They just gotta build taller walls, right? That must be the answer. They will though.
Which is
Because
not a terrible idea.
they believe it is relevant. They will extend again invitation for someone to come here and copy this document. They believe at least if they show effort into getting things done, then Velignith might well take care of these lizard folk. Couldn't be something he can't handle. It's just lizard folk. So they will try to get that started up still. Zambia really is in the same situation as Cormier and just trying to build. And really, let's be honest, they don't really get to make their own decisions anymore.
I would like to act like in autumn, I guess.
Sure.
I don't know what time it would be. Because Wellington is still looking for a new lair, which I have to do a yearly roll for, I believe.
Mhm.
What did we do last time? I forget. Like an Arcana check?
Yeah.
Sure. Just so I don't forget. 21, that's not great.
No, that doesn't beat the medium DC. So he he finds places, but they're just not. They don't have the right elemental connections and no minerals and such. If he was,
The fire with earth that he wanted.
yeah, if he was less picky, it might be easier. Obviously,
No, I mean, what is a year?
he's a dragon. He's busy.
Emmy spent like 10 years buying different wood.
Yeah, they
And settled
use
on
it.
marble. The Red Banner host is worried at this Westgate situation, but right now they will, I think, there's a lot of Thayan boats right now, but they're not gonna stay forever. They got other places to be. I think the host has terrorized the settler city nicely in the last couple of years. They can earn a reprieve to sort of keep their cleared like space, basically tent camp open. And again, do they care this much?
Would they even remain within the city? I
Yeah,
guess that is.
right. Does it even? Do they? No. They just make it safe. They just. You know what? They're done. They're not dedicated to Cyric. Screw this. They're just gonna leave.
Hold of Sirik like extends their arms. Come back! We were so beautiful together.
Think of the things we could do. Let's get here. Yeah. Looks like there's something big happening down here. Maybe there'll be a
Yeah,
temple to
go find
loot.
the lizard folk.
Maybe subjugate some lizard folk.
Yeah, they have many
Or
riches,
numbers.
and
No, they
all
have
they want
many
is
people that
support
they could
people
enlist
like
into their armies. That's what you're telling them to do. You're telling them to get stronger.
them. Well,
Let me introduce you to the fairy queen of air and darkness.
Mm,
they
woo!
already have a queen.
Raise this first strike here. Just to see. It goes great. I think the spark will have seemingly. Well, let's see. Counterattack too fast. This represents multiple series back and forth, but we don't care that much that we need to sort of extend that into a really detailed conflict down there. Safe to say, Spark moves in, but the forces of Turbish were not distracted enough for him to easily swoop in and take the capital. It has extended into more fighting as the dragons raid towns and as he begins hiring local kobolds and such to go raid little keeps where heroes can rise up. You know the story. The giants begin stomping about in there. Things are happening. He's thoroughly distracted. He's loving it.
What he's built up for?
He has a lot of stuff. He can just keep going. Even in a war of attrition, he will never lose. Thunderhome will continue to spread south. There's good land here. All the way down here. And another thing that'll happen is that I don't know if any of you will even notice, but I guess some of Ignat's people are pretty far down here now at this point. Will report that they've seen uh, a cloud of like dust and such coming from the old watchtower. It seems that whatever ogres have taken it have chosen to collapse it.
I mean, yeah, thumbs up. Collapse more giant structures. Saves me work.
Wait, what? I thought we were
Ours.
protecting the ritual site.
Well, not well enough. Ogres have ruined it now.
There were ogres?
Yeah, there's like a fucking potentially a chosen who's like super motivated and powerful, like hulking out down there in the south.
I guess I
And-
did not make it that far into the VOD. Alright. Great.
Yeah, I mentioned that in the recap. Wink.
Oh yeah, that was one of the sites. I remember. Maybe it's not good that they collapsed it.
Yeah, and if that chosen is being actually manipulated by the Death King and another false prophet to break, the giant structures.
Yeah, the things that can seal him.
No, it's fine. You guys have taken the
Well,
approach
I
that
guess
my
the
character
tickets
would
we
approve
keep
of.
out though before there's a giant dust cloud.
Yeah, bubble crunch. I mean, who keeps track of what ogres are doing?
Like squint at the horizon, like one day, like,
It's like I was under the understanding that these places would be guarded.
My Cheerios broke a vase. Oh well.
probably any minions you may have left there, though, would have just taken one look at the ogres.
Yeah, if you
I did
inquire.
not leave any. I thought that
Yeah.
Vindictus left some to research the rituals, like some dwarfs or something.
But no one got left there.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, apparently two ogres with powerful and strange magical abilities have risen up and have sort of brought the tribes together as ogre tyrants.
That is an issue. But there's like 17 other issues at the same time.
Yeah, well, you know. Hans host, this lizard thing. It's one of those things. He's just not gonna poke him. It's not like they have anything he wants anyway. What does it matter if there's lizard folk there? He doesn't live it. Doesn't care. And the Enclave. What does the Enclave want to do? Well, they destroyed the cult. That was good.
Maybe my faction can convince their faction to, like, do something. Maybe Missouri leaders here wants the forces of nature to look around and awaken and say, holy shit, we need to stop sitting around here idly. We gotta do something. There's like this unnatural darkness that's invading. There's like creatures of the far realm coming. Like the incidences of like chosen are happening. Boy, nature needs to get involved in this. And I think especially after like that feel good of, yeah, we did something right there.
Yeah.
I think I think uh I think the Verdant Eclipse is going to seek to basically just like put an entire goad to them. Like you need to like do something about this. Like exert your will, your force, your dominance. I don't like want to heal their sovereignty because that could be useful to the dragon, but like look, you made a positive difference. Keep making them. Some espionage. Change their opinions. You don't have time to wait. You can't wait forever.
All these old Treebeard people are just like
Yeah.
so hasty.
7 dice. Got a pair of 7s and a pair of 6s.
They won't resist this. This is pretty much what a lot of the people are saying inside too. They're gonna try to. The first thing though is gonna try to rally around these ideas. Just gonna, and they do as they join together more, get more united in the in this purpose of yeah. You know what? It's time for us to begin wielding some of the power we've been gathering. Like, we should have an influence. Everything else is happening around us, but not with us. So you're influencing here, Eric, and I'm gonna you have a goal here that's to unify with them, basically, or to
Yeah, to integrate them in my faction into one.
join together. Um, is that Vertilith's general policy for factions associated with the Emerald Enclave? Like, does she believe that they should all gather under one banner, or is it specifically her?
So,
Them?
so I think in this case, her hatred of aberrant creatures, which has been like since she initially emerged from the tomb, is such that like she figures that like it's like Malar is not really an intelligent or skillful deity, and that's why he sucked for so long. Like he's just like this whole good at like he's just like a hunter. He doesn't really do good at acquiring things, but Emizuri can do that. And so she figures with the whole like predator adapting thing, like if I can woo and like get into the hearts of all these people and we can unite against one common foe, which is aberrations, like entities from the far realm. Then once that's all done, then I can thump them. It's almost like the like in 13th Age, like the Crusader icon, who is wants to destroy all the demons, but then he would destroy everyone else if he actually finished destroying all the demons. I think that's her mindset, like in regards to the Emerald Enclave. She wants to see nature powerful, and she believes Malar would want to see that as well.
All right.
And especially since Nobanian, like their followers pieced out of the Conclave, it's like she figures she can work with Sylvanas and Umberlee, and maybe not my Leaky, but she'll try.
Queen does have some problems methods, but yeah, right. Yeah, that's. I mean, that's really what a lot of. It's not what Cinnamon has been saying. It's what some people wish she was saying instead of doing. Just she very much takes personal responsibility for things. While the Enclave, of course, prefers to come to consensus and such. Yeah, I think the first thing they will try to do then is to unify the Gulfmere as one force. They have conflicting groups in here. The Cult of the Banyan's taken care of, but there's still the people of the Black Blood and the Fellowship of the Purple Staff that have some varying feelings about things. And
Absolutely, I can even raise resources for them as depending on what they might need for a role.
yeah, they're just looking at it, and I know they want to integrate these two, and they would grow from it quite a lot, just from that. But I don't know that they want to just tank their their sovereignty again.
Right.
Uh,
Their sovereignty, they just managed to like increase.
they've been just arguing with people, and they've been bringing more people to argue with.
Yes, peacefully integrating would result in more arguments.
On the other hand, like the aberrant creatures that I hear right now, they can't attack Sembia. They can't kill this Nabanian monster. Like those things are sort of out of their sphere at the moment.
Well, maybe if they could get into a position where they could help against Symbia,
Yeah,
perhaps that should be their goal.
hence they need to gain strength, and they have it. They just need to take it.
Okay.
And I think, yeah, I think they will reach out to bring in the people of the Black Blood. Now, Kermit, I will even give you a bonus die if you want to try to influence these Black Blood people. Then that would be, they're basically sort of feral Malarites of various kinds. Somewhat fanatical compared to most who are members of the Enclave, but
Yeah.
you know, you have sway.
All right. Yeah, I think so.
It's very if you want to help them anyway. Otherwise, they'll do it themselves.
I thought so. So I'd be making an espionage roll then for them on their behalf.
We can
Okay.
bring into the fold.
Sure, I'll do that. It'll be 6 dice. Emissary Leaderthier will take place herself, so that'll be 7. It'll be a pair of 8s and a pair of 5s.
All right, pair of 5.
Pair of 8s and a pair of 5s.
That's honestly that's all they're waiting for. If you say so.
Yep.
Then because they have not had a great success, they're just sitting in a standstill. Okay, then
You know,
his forces will swell with werewolves and werebears and wereboars and like.
Emissary likes to think of it as like bringing the average, like in the Enclave, like closer to Malar.
It certainly is, yeah. And it's bringing them somewhat further away from their original sort of. We are mostly just druids. Now they're also just more rangers and barbarians and that sort of thing. Diversifying them a bit more. But yeah, they will grow.
Didn't even use my bonus die there. Oh well, didn't need it.
Yeah.
We'll say my dragon didn't take action then.
Size and strength. As they will for the next time try to break in the followers of the Purple Staff, which will give them some much needed actual sort of access to money and influence. they can begin working with some of these smaller settlements. Maybe not your preferred method, but it's going to be useful to them. And they pack a punch, if nothing else. Now,
Delightful. That's what she wants to see. Nature fighting back.
yeah.
And she doesn't have to do everything herself.
All right. Is there anything else anyone wants to do here?
I think so. I think Emizure Legithir is about to execute her swindle of Anglispark. So I put myself to the question of how would Emizure Legithir fulfill Anglispark's favor? And like especially with keeping in mind the no effort wasted. It's like, would she just completely ignore him? No, he's bigger than her. And like he's got the fire giants now, and he's probably dangerous, and Valignif likes him. And she doesn't want to be responsible for killing another dragon Valignif likes. We've done that one before. But she's not just gonna go there and be at his service for the entire time. Especially since it was such a minor favor that has happened there. Just finishing off a bunch of weak creatures. I think she did him the favor of helping test out his military units. So, and in adhering to her personal ethos of no effort wasted, she wants to enact her plan to trick Anglispark. And how that's going to go is, well, it sounds like Turbish is having a lot of exciting activity right now. And so she wants to have some of her own minions go into Turmish. And it's not to take no direct action, but begin to spread the word that birds of prey are being forced out of the mountains by the dragons that Anglispark has under his command, and thus are more desperate for food than they otherwise would be. And so to tell the stories of farmsteads or what have you that have just been raided, and their animals just plucked out and devoured by rocks, giant birds. And then, a month or so later, as we head into winter of this year, she'll actually take the form and appearance of a giant bird of prey. And she will head down into Turmish herself. And over the course of the season, she will find and target towns that are small and are behind military lines. And she'll make sure to devour every animal that she can and spare the lives of people. Knock them unconscious or beat them aside. And at the end, she will transform from the rock into the green dragon of Missouri Legithir, which is something that she's never before revealed publicly that she can do, and say something to the effect that I am Missouri Legithir. I come at the behest of Anglispark. If you value your lives, surrender to him, or I will come back. And then she will leave. That's what she'll spend the season at the end of the year doing. That way, word will probably get back to Anglispark, and she can always say, oh, I'm just doing more of that. Behind the scenes. That's how I fight. And he'll be fucking green dragons. It'll be that.
Yeah, give me an espionage. Sounds like you're personally involved.
Yep. Sure am. Okay. Let's use might and sovereignty to increase influence. We need to draw in some manpower to actually get into Turbish here.
Yeah.
That'll be 8 dice, and then that'll be 7 dice. Okay, so that's influence evened back out. Might will go down by 2. And then that'll be influence and treasure. That'll be 7 dice with her assisting, so that's 8. Triple sixes.
Triple sixes. It's pretty good. Yeah. I mean, safe to say Termy is not gonna fight you about this. No one's Anglispark because they have other things to deal with each other. All right, yeah, I'd say that's a fairly successful test. Now, it's not exactly what Anglispark had in mind, but
No.
it's like a conversation for a distant future.
Yep.
And not for now. Right now, it's just good that things are happening. He likes things to be more organized,
Yep.
But
Should have told the dragon that in advance, Wink.
yeah, what can you do?
Fucking green dragons, right?
It was a minor favor.
Exactly.
He wanted more, but can he really blame the whole? No, he can't. And he can't bring himself to be too like.
Is arguing with a green dragon worth it? Worth the difference in favor?
That's absolutely what Emisary Leaderfear is playing off of and like adhering to like this. Like it's such a minor thing that I had him do. This assuages him. Like he's busy. I got this.
I think the Spark really likes to think of himself as being very reasonable, and a reasonable dragon wouldn't be mad over something like this. Like, you know, yeah, young dragon made an effort, a little bit of an effort given, but it's all right. People will hear that the dragon was here for in his name, and that's really, that's what he needs. Just more fear. And surrender is right. He needs a land to have been conquered. Now he just needs Velignith to come help him too, like he offered.
Who does he think gave him fire giants? I mean, really?
The thing about dragons is that they always want more, right? That's what Tiamat teaches them.
Velignith, I mean, you do know that he would be happy if Velignith came in, like, personally.
Listen, I have issues.
So true.
Not even going to elaborate. Just that.
But think about placing a dragon on the throne of Termish.
Heir to the Termish dragon. Oh shit. All right, that's me taking care of for the rest of this year.
All right. And we can.
Manakai, I have something I want to do.
All right.
Vestigation would go to her hags and ask them whether they know what these moving trees be.
Sure. Do your test.
Like, she thinks they probably know something about nature and stuff. No? Like, they have mushrooms growing from their heads, clearly. Clearly they must know. What is it? Influence sovereignty?
Yeah.
$16. Damn. What do you know about trees? More importantly, how do you deal with the stupid trees?
Your answer comes in the form of a vision. I'm looking forward to this.
Yeah, but I'd like to think she's like, they were like, oh, divine. She's like, I was just thinking that you were druids and maybe you knew.
Like, you do realize we come from the Underdark, correct?
Well,
I
like,
haven't actually touched a tree.
evil things, evil living plants seems like very underdog.
They say that they have seen a golden heart, warm and soft, to be shared with all, but now wrapped in thorns and teeth. Within it was a splinter, nailing it to the ground, from where it sprouted leaves and flowers. Meldrum will, with a slight smile, and say, "The dream was beautiful. It made it hard, even for me, to look away."
The trees or the ghost horde?
The vision. It is pleasant. And makes even me almost want to keep it here.
So you're saying these trees are guarding a gold heart?
Good looks, Cicatrix. I suppose I would be, though certainly not in a literal sense.
Hmm.
I would interpret, though, that there is something at the center of them. Something that has its own desires and goals.
Something valuable.
Something intelligent. Or at least capable of emotional responses.
See.
Perhaps I should visit.
We could go there.
I would slow you down. But do feel free. You are
I
powerful.
don't have your knowledge about.
Felix says, I really have little else to offer. The surface world is already strange to me. My powers are in vision, not in sort of gestures to things around her. My sisters were good at it when they were not children.
Yes. The Cicatrix. I imagine she looks at them like sad and a little angry, and the Cicatrix also looks at them. How dare they not be useful to her?
They're trying, it's just really not their expertise.
Yeah. No, not like she's not angry at Mother Druma. She's looking at the sisters like, how dare you be children?
They also don't look like children. They look like old withered hags.
Humans, like children, old, they live so short lives.
Yeah,
Do not equate hags with humans.
I
somewhat.
mean, okay, they look slightly different. That's
Like I know the dragon is like pretty.
Oh, bipeds.
how often do you actually look, i- like really look at humans,
Wow,
right?
a
Like
bear. Who knows?
there's like there's like a there's like a shape.
Hags have a distinct and different texture to them compared to humans.
Yes, but the Cicatrix like swamps.
Mhm.
Like
I like how that's the justification. Yes, but the dragon likes swamp. See?
yeah, like they're sort of gross and swampy. It's like yeah,
Mm.
look at that. Those are real humans. That's how they should look.
She just makes hags into humans, and humans are like, the actual humans are just
Yes.
yeah.
You go to what Resigatrix describes as a small town, and it's just 30 hags.
Coven. Yeah, I mean it's a nice view here. We have
Imagine
the
being the team of adventurers that goes in, and it's just like 10 hag covens.
it's like the city in the Hobbit that's like on the fucking river or like on the big like on the border, and there's just instead it's just filled with hags. I mean, no, what a visual. Yeah, I guess you'll go look at some trees since people are complaining about the dangers. Uh,
You can go look at some trees, yeah.
looking at trees seems like less work and less dangerous than confronting like a bazillion million fucking lizard folk that just keep coming.
Yeah, I mean, the trees that are around, you can sort of fly over the mountains there. It's pretty close, really, to the eel fort.
Yeah, I
In fact,
know.
you
That's
see
why it's a problem.
several groves, like small bunches of trees. Looks like a sort of mix of pine and such, mostly needle trees.
Are they moving?
Weird. There's the bees everywhere, but they don't really
Ah,
have flowers. So
knew it.
the bees must be doing something else.
Maybe the
But
golden heart is a big hive. Bees.
you can move in and see that actually in like there seems to be a like if she flies high up, she can see like the spread of these grows through every little sort of space in the this side of the mountains here, and there it does seem to be like a center to it. Basically, they're more dense direction.
Hmm. Great. Okay. Still, fly closer. Does she see like other wildlife, like birds flying from there?
So there's some birds, but they're largely just sitting in the trees. Uh, they look very plump, like
Fat.
complacent, really. Like they're just like sitting there.
Oh, don't you just want to go have a bite of the juicy, plump birds?
Yeah, they look
Mm,
delicious.
I really don't.
Well fatted up and well kept.
Without a care in the world.
Hmm. Mhm. All right. Well, she will move to the edge of one of those woods.
Sure. She sees the trees swaying gently in the wind. She gets close enough, she can see them like all twisted. Uh, you know, you'd expect there to be like a trunk and such, but it's almost like multiple trunks grown together. Many open sort of cuts and holes in the bark leaks out like the almost like a sweet smelling sap pine.
Hmm. Evil pine trees. Hmm.
You see many of
She'll
them
like
have nice big pine cones,
she'll like tryingly spit acid on the nose.
Right?
Like
Sure.
I suppose
Yes.
that answers the question of how close she's willing to get.
Like
If
30.
she's going to get close enough to spit acid.
yeah, no, she's at the edge. She's looking at it.
Okay.
She regrets not bringing someone to hurl in there, but actually, right now she's quite pleased with her people, and can't. She's sure there was someone that displeased her, but can't place her fate.
As she spits acid on it, though, it's sort of it's got like a bit of a almost like a hissing, groaning sound, and then uh, it uproots itself
Mm.
and sort of stomps towards her. From under the roots, those smaller ones begin to climb up. It looks like almost like twisted, broken pine cones. There's about thousands of them as they begin to move towards Cicatrix. You can see under the roots of where the trees have rooted themselves that there's bones like wrapped in the roots as if bodies have been nourishing them. Beyond that, some bodies appear to be still vaguely human, but small, individually stumbling around as if covered in wood, as if a tree has sort of grown out and outside them and around them.
She'll fly. So I keep looking at them like, what the fuck is wrong with these? She's pretty sure this is not normal.
Beyond
Like,
that, the bird swarms begin to fly off and hiss and hawk as you have damaged one of the trees. And will actually like attack her or like fly after her, which is very unnatural for birds to do to a dragon.
she's confused.
They seem incredibly angry that you have spit acid on them. They will peck at Precipitates doing no damage, obviously, but
They say they're all gonna fall dead into the fucking onto the ground. Splat.
mm, they
Okay.
smell delicious though.
No, that's alright. Can't you do like an arcana check or something? Like that seems
Nature check.
like some evil ritual or whatever.
Be a nature check.
A nature check.
No.
Try that.
I've never been attacked by a swarm of hundreds of birds before.
Oh, what the fuck is it? Like,
Owl and crows working side by side. What is this?
Like in total like unity, as if they had like a bird hive mind.
she's like shocked. She's like, what? 24?
Not normal for trees or birds.
No, I figured.
Yeah, it seems like there's some sort of magic involved, certainly, though she couldn't suss out the ritual. That would have made something like this. Really, it seems to be a multitude thing. I mean, who knows how long this has been here?
Mm,
There certainly is a lot of it at this point.
really is a lot of it.
Not a lot of like walking animals. It seems like they mostly end up under the roots.
Yes. Well, you might need some vindictive assistance soon. So you're gonna need some fire here. these trees should not spread to her area. That's not
Pretty sure it would smell delicious.
sure. Yes, like poisonous, venomous fumes or whatever. All right. Well, that's not great to have in your backyard.
Yeah, it's sort of if you look at the Serpent Valley map, really, there's a token for it.
Yep.
Down here,
It's very close to the eel fort,
main grove. It's sort of spread to.
like the
So-
entire like mountainside at this point. There used to be a
Yeah.
convenient road, but Valigna
Road.
smashed that bridge, and so
Serpent Valley.
Smash that bridge for good reason.
you did.
Where is it?
That's where the main grove is,
Oh.
with like ancillary groves, and the eel fort's right here.
Oh.
The Warm Hill is right here.
Mark
Hmm.
the area with green here. It's been
Oh, wow. That is a big fucking forest.
well. It's sort of not all of it that's been covered. It's more like
Like groves of
individual
trees here
groves
and there.
They seem to not really stick around the same place all the time.
Right. Well, can I in any way use my faction to start gathering a lot of fucking fire, like oil and stuff? I want to try and burn this shit. This is not.
You could try, though. Problem is, if they gather firewood and such and get close to these trees, it seems like the trees are willing to defend themselves. More so when they try for the
I
first
need
time.
some kind of gasoline or something. I can pour over,
Hey,
and
that
then I
doesn't
can
exist.
Yes, the space gasoline. I need it in favor
magical.
instead.
Beyond that, some of the trees seem capable of throwing rocks or even throwing like sharp needles or even their pine cones, which when they strike your minions seem to rapidly grow the wood around them, turning them into more saplings that then plant themselves to use the person inside them to grow a
Okay.
new tree.
Hmm.
I believe this might be especially almost like it's almost like it's designed to be very difficult to get rid of by like humanoids because every one of yours that fall will turn into one of them.
Mm. Right. Well.
Said it is possible to make a dent, right? They're not sort of actively attacking you back. So
All right.
Love the
So
image of like your hardened like criminals, like used to like city like gutter fighting, and like here's what we're gonna do. You tell them the plan, and they're like, "What?"
you step the tree. He's like, oh. Beyond that, some of the people look at the trees and then walk close, and you know what? They kind of like being around these trees.
mm,
They're kind of nice trees, and then they get grabbed and thrown into the roots.
Figured.
But,
I don't really know how to deal with that.
it's yeah.
Your company might be able to, but it definitely does sound like there's a height problem attached here.
Rolling low will make it worse. Rolling high might make it better.
What's the DC? I was gonna say.
It's a 6.
Oof. All right.
And so the viewers watch as the hardened, marked, proud and powerful criminals who snatched the Orb of Storms and fought up north have put themselves to work against a murderous groves of trees and birds.
I'm supposing it's just straight out attacking.
Yeah, that seems
Where?
the most relevant, really. You're attacking to destroy an enemy.
Yes.
Light and territory.
It's like I keep looking at the cicatrix. I'm like, no, that's not the one.
Well, it will be treasure and might because you're attacking.
Yes. Well, I keep
Oh yeah,
the wrong
light and treasure.
All right. Well, the cicatrix is definitely involved.
But she's supposed to see the Aboleth done as her primary focus.
Yeah. Well, she's waiting for Emmy contact her about voice. Deal with it.
She is.
Right.
Bam.
We'll even just cut off I assume she prioritizes the stuff that's closer to her.
Yes.
Yeah, her people strike in, and some of them fall, but more of the trees are cut down, and with her flying down, doing swooping breath attacks, she can make a collectively a dent in these grove trees. They don't seem to really act intelligently at all. They just sort of stumble around.
Can she ruin the area enough with the acid that she doesn't think they will just go back there?
It looks like they are somehow it's almost like it has some sort of the trees act together, even though they're not intelligent. She does believe it might try to grow in the other direction now.
Which would be
Probably this way. There's some old apple
wait,
and
are you on another map?
on the Serpent Valley map.
He's on the Serpent Valley map. Like,
Ugh.
the opposite direction is not towards the Ill Fort, so it's further into the valley.
Oh, there.
There's a wooded crater there. That's great growth potential.
Is that? I mean, I am completely fine with that. Screw it.
Sure.
I guess they can go bother the dragon time.
You have convinced the tree hive mind to grow in another direction.
At least for now.
Gonna say, there's gonna be guard posts here, and we're gonna be ready. One of those stupid pine cones shows up here. It's gonna be Acid
You gotta,
City.
you gotta reflect on the words of your mother Druma, though, who wanted to go see this for herself. Couldn't be that bad.
Yeah, I think she was. There's some kind of natural. I don't know.
Kind of pretty though. It's almost like some of the in the central grove when she flies over. It's almost like some of those pine trees have a little bit of almost like a gold leaf covering.
That is nice. She looks at it and she's like, no, no.
Glittering treasure.
Do you think she would bring that up to either of the other dragons? Or is that
Think
such
so?
a minor thing? Like, it's
I
just
think
like, I
she
was wondering
would,
whether she would. Okay.
but like not. She would not call them about it. It would be like if there's something like if Emmy's like, "Yo, I got the poison," she'd be like, "Oh yeah, by the way, like let's go deal with Zaboleth. By the way, there's some stuff."
All right, yeah. That'll be a good time to have that interaction then when that happens.
Yeah, and it's gonna happen at the end of the year. The Kelowna works well in summer, but also in winter, different sicknesses and such. But yeah, she will return, saying that she basically took what Emmy had and worked to finish it. If this is brought to any sort of aquatic creature, it should make them very uncomfortable. It should dry them out. If there is like slime around, it should stick to that, meaning that whatever creature is living in such a place, like hackfish and such, they would want to get out of there.
And the Uzure leaders here is delighted by this. The great work of the priestess Alona. And she will make sure that you know, that the Emerald Enclave knows of the work that was done here. Provided it does end up working as it is designed.
Yeah. She'll say, you should not yourselves swim through it, of course. I would not to. It is virulent. It has been given Telona's divine blessing, which means that it is capable of advancing by itself as well. If you want it to, if you were to want to limit it for some reason, I would suggest you allow those who have it a short time to live after they have gotten it. They should be weakened.
All right. Comes in a liquid form, I presume, right, Manigae?
Yeah.
All right. Just want to make sure. Takes that. Uh, thanks the priestess of Telona for her consideration in this matter.
Oh, it was
And
a pleasure, an utmost pleasure. Perhaps later, they might do some more projects with some of the cities to the north. There's non-aquatic creatures as well who could.
maybe so. Westgate in particular.
Yeah.
Like those
But
things that could just
I
run rife
recommend
through there.
that would be a real challenge if anyone could. I mean, I don't know that anyone could poison them though.
I mean, a priest like Telona supposedly poisoned Rearman there, right? So it
Mhm.
Yeah,
goes. So
but I mean, just make them think it's a challenge, so then they can go poison.
that's just right. I think then Emizure Lidrathier, the humming song that's been taken out by this current like bard who's like sings Sending Stone ends. Emizure Lidrathier sends to the messengers of either Valignith or Wisicatrins. I have worked ever so well to prepare against facing the aboleth which dwells so close to my new temple. My poison has been finished. I am ready to administer it and fight. If either of your masters, or Cicatrix or Valignith, are so willing, have them meet me within the 10-day, and we shall strike. And then she walks away from the Sending Stone, and then the bard goes back to like singing. Oh,
I think she's just about to answer that, like, whoa! Oh god. Nope, nope. We're putting it underwater again. This is much better.
how is it burbling under there? It's not supposed to transmit air.
It's like, how the fuck?
Magic.
The sound will not be contained.
I mean, sound actually travels much better underwater than it does above it.
I was wondering which one of them would get to that area, sheep or Hanukkah.
If you're in the water, you can hear it much better.
It's a good thing magical items are sturdy. They will be flung around the room. God, but you know what? What doesn't transmute sound well? A bunch of half-rotten eel. That's what doesn't transmute sound well. Ha! That's right. And I mean, he's ready. He'll be ready.
Yeah, I mean, Valyria will show up.
All right. And Valignith, for the first time, can behold the grand majesty and splendor of the Grand Temple Malar.
Quite something.
It's it's
Wholly fitting
splendorous for
with
sure.
Malar's ethos. No liberties have been taken at all. Dragons wouldn't do that. Arrival. User Allegiance here says, splendid. So, I have a liquid-based poison I intend to have administered through the mud wall that separates the sea from the rest of the Aboleth lair. I then intend to temporarily seal that mud passageway, forcing whatever's therein to make some effort, noticeable effort, to break out. Presuming that the Aboleth then comes out into the open water, we can then face and slay it.
Going to ask something that I obviously know the answer to. But is there any chance we could fight this thing outside of water?
Malignith, you have asked me this question before. It is an entity perhaps as intelligent as us, and despite my having the Ogmites research it and looking into them ever so long ago, I could not say.
Yes, perhaps I was simply trying to subtly highlight the fact that there are a few places where I don't feel comfortable fighting, but water doesn't particularly mix with my talents.
Didn't you have some kind of ring or something?
I do. I can move around easily enough, but it's hard to set water on fire.
Uncomfortable though it may be, I do not have a means by which I would motivate this entity to leave the water entirely. It is something you puzzled over for decades of the previous Aboleth, to which I believe nothing occurred. I do not believe Tilraxus came up with a good answer either.
I mean, that aboleth was eventually resolved by us doing
Incorp
nothing.
possibly creatures that can phase through walls and do not breathe, right? I count none of those among my minions.
Yes. Well, I'm here. I'm ready to help, as always.
All right. So, probably a couple prisoners have been selected for the occasion. Folks that have punished or violated the dragon's rules in some form or fashion. Poor them. It's not like they can breathe underwater. She's going to bring them with the poison, and then the pouch of frozen passage down to the depths, following where Cicatrix's direction to get
Yeah.
to the entrance.
Eat them.
Put your tokens on the map. Should be
I will, I will do so. I'm already here. Huzzah!
Which map?
The Star Mantle map.
Starmantle.
Missouri will swim. It's not a natural thing, this sea shimmer cloak that she wears that has like the phantom like rivulets appear around her. The cloak is indistinguishable from the water around it. It's not like any actual skill on her part. It's once again she's cheating, as she always does. Not exactly even sure whether it even gives her the power to talk down here, so I don't think she is going to. Which allows her to
Has remembered that
breathe
he has a ring.
and swim perfectly fine. Okay. Upon reaching, the couple of punished bodies who have since drowned by this point, she'll stuff like with like the containers of the liquid and probably like slug them in the abdomen so that they're broken, and then gesture to Valignith and have him hurl those bodies through the mud.
Sure. Considering our past, we probably have some established claw sign that basically just means
Yeah.
hurl this thing.
Like you did the goats ever so long
Oh
ago.
yes. Sure. You'll do that.
Athletics check.
Athletics check. Roll those in 100 sessions.
I know, right?
34. That's pretty good.
Pretty damn good, yeah. All right. Then I'm gonna say that you do manage to throw them through the thing, because something has changed from when last you were here. When the body sort of hurled forward and sort of splat into the mud, um, having hurled them a lot more powerfully than most creatures would, sort of pull in and sort of knock away the outer layer of mud a bit. And you see something that has been coaxed to stay in this opening, perhaps expecting another Versicatrix to come visit. As something angry will burst out from the mud.
Ew.
That is an initiative. It's not surprising you though. I think you're plenty ready for something to go
You're not
down.
surprised.
That's a large squid.
The
Wait.
colossal squid.
Why does one say? Oh,
Why am I not colossal?
We can never become colossal.
That's true.
My character did not enter the initiative tracker. What the hell?
No, you didn't.
Well, I can't edit the initiative button. I'm not sure why that didn't happen.
I'll just put you in there. Maybe you clicked at the same time as someone else.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe that is it. I got a 21.
Sort. There we go. So it's gonna just move like a little bit out here because now this back end here has been poisoned. It doesn't like it. As it burst out, it was covered in like athletic slime that's clearly turned its outside of it like transparent. As it twists and roils out of here, it seems to be a little more sluggish than you would expect from a creature like this. Probably its mind has been heavily modified. It's a guardian. Has a lot of reach though, but not threatening reach.
oh God. Why saying? I'm not saying everything that's psionic is bad, but I'm just saying there's a lot of tentacles.
Yeah.
It's a little weird. All right. Well, I mean, what
Yeah.
to do, right?
Consider if the Aboleth is still here saying out of character that we might not get a chance to short rest, that this could end up merging into like a fight with the Aboleth as well.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Well, I mean, but this one doesn't like. I'm not gonna fight, but like this one doesn't seem like an easy one either. Ah!
It has its eyes on you. Perhaps telepathically been informed to try to.
Ooh, it's long. It's far away.
Yeah, you started far away.
I'm a cautious dragon. Some might say cowardly, but that's not nice speaking.
Mhm.
And that's not fair. Sorry, I'm just trying to. I guess Deft strike. Move my two.
That is a miss. You strike, and its rubbery sort of skin just bulges in slightly, but doesn't seem to actually harm it much.
Well, that saddens me greatly.
Its
Then I
massive
will.
eyes continue staring at the dragon. Perhaps even big enough, this creature, to make a dragon feel small.
Yeah, I do feel small looking at that. Yeah, I guess. Guess that's me.
All right, Missouri.
Okay. It can threaten, but it does not have threatening reach. So let's go ahead and move sort of like this, we'll say. Like I just like Don't want to be next to it, but I want to face like that mud. And I
Mhm.
think as her standard action, we'll see how effective this is, because she did bring the pouch of frozen passage with her, and she is going to fling those ice crystals out at that mud.
All right. Just post what it does again.
Sure, I could do that. It is in the Discord, but I
Oh.
will read that out. As a standard action, you fling ice crystals from the pouch onto an area of open liquid, so basically as soon as they leave the pouch, freezing up to
Oh.
20 contiguous squares of the liquid surface. Counts as normal terrain, can support the weight of up to 20 medium creatures, 5 large creatures, 1 huge creature. Can solidify any sort of liquid from water to lava. It's pretty weak, but it does have HP per square. It lasts for 4 hours or until destroyed. Her original idea for this was to make this as a temporary seal to keep those bodies in there. As the bodies did go through the mud and the squids out of the mud, she still wants to follow with that idea.
That makes
Malachi?
sense.
Would a 34 have hit? I forgot I have advantage on first round.
It would.
Is that alright?
Yeah, it's all right. I'm just gonna do the grimace thing first.
Yeah.
All right. So that is 20 times 20 HP worth of ice. It's 400 hit points worth of ice. As a lot of the mud just cracks and freezes deep in. It's a big cube, I suppose.
As a minor action, I am going to mark the squid with Battle Mind's Demand. That'll be
Alright.
end of my turn.
Psychiatrix, you had a thing?
Yeah.
Got damage.
Yes. Would I get my sneak attack off as well, or is that pressing it?
What?
Since I had advantage.
Then you would, yeah.
Okay. No, just I was like, I forgot. So I'm not like, you know. Thank you.
All right. Good. The big squid thing. Yeah, it will use its power, the flurry of strikes, as it begins to reach out with its many tentacled arms. First, it will make a tentacle attack against Missouri.
Okay, that will miss. Dragon's Hide is too tough for the tentacle.
Swinging a strike, and then it will, having satisfied the mark, reach for Psychiatrix.
Yeah, that will hit.
Right.
I do have an immediate reaction due to the attack that was missed. As you try to use persistent harry against the colossal squid, but will miss for 26 versus armor class, 7 points of damage.
Yes.
And Missouri does not teleport next to the squid.
Then it will follow up with the biting grasp at Psychiatrix.
Yeah, that will also
2 damage, and you're grabbed, and it will make a follow-up bite attack.
How dare it have multiple attacks to satisfy the market?
right.
To pull the Psychiatrix into its mouth, its beak.
Yeah, even with my concealment, that is good enough.
Basically, one tentacle
Just
just moves out and begins to swing against Emisure as it turns to Cicatrix, and a tentacle strikes, and then another grabs the dragon, and you just see the dragon disappear in under its to its mouth.
yeah. Fucking 41 damage? My god. I am very, very bloodied.
Pulled into its mouth in a flurry of
Is that
angry grabs.
not
And then
straight?
it will shift one away the ice because it doesn't like the poison. From behind the ice, other things were trying to do things. And they will begin to break the ice down. I can tell you that they will be able to decrease it by 40 together.
Yep, but an armor class of 3, it's not that hard to hit.
Not gonna miss. There's a little bit of cracking that it's still holding just fine. Malignant.
Alright, big old squid Willingness underwater is just a situation. He's gotta get in there though. He will, I think, sever the source. It's an encounter. I might get it back. I might not get it back. Who knows? But this thing has to die quick. He will focus his Tiamat given powers onto this colossal squid to make it all vulnerable to damage 15. I am with it 5. Yes. Then he will swim up to engage the squid, and then as a minor action, he's gonna heal the cicatrix with a healing surge plus 18.
Thank you.
All right.
It would be efficient to spend an action point since it's vulnerable, but I will not. I keep that for the aboleth.
All right. Cicatrix.
Yes. No longer bloody. What a hoot. Yeah, restrained, huh? That's
Hey,
not a nice place to
squid
be.
arm.
Hmm?
Being held in a big squid arm.
Yeah. Let me don't
Gross.
believe. You know, that is I feel like pretty fucking gross. I feel like that's the right just see what belt specifies here.
Better this or better the aboleth slime? Which one's less gross?
Grab or restraints. I suppose this is not restrained, but being restrained. So how would I go about escaping being restrained?
You do an acrobatics check against its reflex defense or an athletics check against its fortitude defense.
Hmm.
That's the standard way.
Yep.
Or you can teleport. That also
Yep.
gets rid.
Escaping is a move action.
Yeah. Let me. I don't know if it's faster or tougher. Is it probably fat? Well, tougher.
Hmm.
I don't fucking know. You know what? I'll do look at my stats to see what's highest. I might think acrobatics, but let's.
If you do succeed in ending a grab, you can also shift as part of the move action.
Ooh. Well, I will make an athletics check then.
Against its fortitude.
Yeah. Good.
Gotta
Good.
outmuscle your way out of the the, the mouth.
That's
Mhm.
right. 33.
Yeah, you do it.
Right.
You run away. Probably shifting
Grr. Shift.
for free.
How dare.
You see the cicatrix like, like explode from down
Come
in the
out, they
squid.
will spit like
Arms like reaching, one of them broken off.
the dignity. Oh, oh, it feels awful.
Now you still got your standard and your minor.
Yeah.
Nice work.
Okay. I believe this up here was like, do we fucking blow our shit or?
Like I think it's perfectly fine to blow stuff. Just keep in mind that we most likely aren't going to get a
Oh,
like a
yeah.
short rest before the aboleth comes out. Unless we leave.
That
And
is
who knows whether the aboleth will be here in 10 minutes.
okay. Yeah, I will use my. Let's see here. Where are clever riposte.
Riposte. Certainly hits.
Good.
18.
Good. Good.
It, of course, has the vulnerable 15 effect on it. Yeah.
Ooh.
Flashing in.
So then I might action point here. Actually.
Hmm.
Seems like as good a time as any. I have 2 as well.
You have 2 action points?
I do.
Well, you're only allowed to use 1 per encounter anyway.
That's true. Yeah, you know what? You're right. Maybe I should save it. I will. I guess I'll save. I'll chuck the minor to the gods.
All right. Missouri.
Missouri will move such as this,
Yes.
be adjacent to the squid. As a standard action, I will single power point brutal barrage attack the colossal squid. They'll take me down to 10 power points. This will be 4 attack rolls. Every instance of damage deals an extra 15 points of damage. So there's no crits in there. Looks like it's going to be 2 hits. So success or failure, that's 88 points of damage.
Holy mother of God!
As the dragon just begins like to slam into the immense body of like the armor and all, like clawing and biting at it. How dare it ignore her?
It's rubbery seafood all over as it
Yeah.
twists and turns towards her.
As a minor action, because she is psionic and she has bullshit. Mental triumph. She cannot be slowed, immobilized, or restrained until the end of this encounter. That'll be the end of my turn.
Let's see if he can recover his ability to do tons of attacks. No. Well, what are you gonna do then? Well, you'll try to slap a tentacle at the dragon over there. The one that got marked.
Yeah, 42 does manage to beat me.
Oh, barely, but
I have an operating armor class of 38 against it. But yeah, 42
shame.
does manage to hit. Alright, that's 47 minus 25, 122 HP.
Then
I
it'll
took it.
action point to do it again, just to get rid of you.
That will just hit. So that's another 25.
Striking with one tentacle, like just it's hard to dodge when it's like you're used to not being in water.
Yeah. Used to be able to fly, use my wings. Can't do that down here.
Yeah,
Green Dragon gets cudgeled and
it's more
floats
like
away a little bit.
getting beaten and cracked. Like this. I can't do it.
Alright, let's try to finish the thing. It's still vulnerable. It's until the end of Veligna's turn. First of all, how the hell does Veligna's Dragon Breath work down here? Does it?
Well, how does a turtle's dragon breath work?
I don't know.
You boil the water, man.
Boil. Okay, but
I believe for the most part, fire attacks give resistance to the enemy, but you're a dragon. It's dragon
Dragon
fire.
Breath.
It does its thing.
cool.
There's no arbitrary.
Then let's do that. It's a 38 versus reflex.
That's a hit.
That will be 40 fire damage then. That's pretty good. And then I have a standard action, which, I mean, health is looking okay on people. It has to be this one. Advancing on the squid inexorably. 42 and 37.
42 and 37. Both hit.
Smashing and slicing, which will be another 65 damage.
Damn.
Severed the squid soul.
It is. I mean, it's a squid, so I guess it's wobbling, and cut and ripped by this assault as it twists and turns and roils. But it can't really get away. You're all sort of in the way for it.
Alright,
Pick you up and just throw you away.
that'll be Valignant's turn. The squid is no longer vulnerable.
If you're gonna kill it, try to make its body fall into the direction that's not the mud, or else it cannot support the weight of the colossal squid, and it will break.
Shift, I suppose. I mean, I guess if anyone can maneuver well underwater, it would be vesicants.
Absolutely.
She'll try and keep that in mind. God, how hurt does it look?
Wobbling.
She was, well,
Almost
it's a
dead.
fucking giant octopus.
Manikai was trying to convey that it was
Yes.
almost dead.
It's just- All right. Well, you do have a plus strike. Ooh.
It's a miss.
Yeah, I was gonna say even with 29, that's not.
It's a net one.
Yeah. Yeah. Mm. Well, I can't do much about that really.
All right.
Cry and shame.
Anything else?
I moved. I have nothing to use my mana for.
Okay.
Or a dying squid.
Non-augmented, unaugmented, brutal barrage attack to hopefully like spike the squid body to have it like float and meander away from the mud ice. It's going to be 32, 29, and 30.
It's a hit.
A hit. That'll be 21 points of damage, and it will not fall prone. All right. Still in existence. Illusory Leader Fear. She's not gonna use her Dragon Breath. This fucking lazy dragon. No, it's gonna be out of her turn.
Mhm. All right, let's see if it recovers its barrage. It doesn't. Its last chance to do so. Yeah, it's a big squid. You know, I think at this point it's beginning to freak out, and its master does tell it something else to do. So it will strike at the ice with its tentacle.
Makes sense.
Breaking apart.
He gets the -2 for violating the mark. Is nice.
So
Damn it.
Griffith is now currently like looking at like the mind spike text. The ice is I cannot consider that my ally. Like it's just I can't like it's not my ally.
Yeah, I feel very.
That's not how that works.
We've been through a lot. I mean, I have had it for years, really.
I can't make that argument.
Oh, I don't know why, but I can't help but think of Bane going like, "You think ice is your ally? I was born by it, molded by it. It doesn't count as an ally for your mind spike."
All right.
Yes.
The Mazurek gives a concerned look at the colossal squid slamming the ice.
And then it's time for it to use its move action that it does when it gets freaked out.
It's gonna spew ink.
You know, what a squid known for. It will indeed
Calamari.
squirt ink. Wow. Where it is, that's a close burst 4.
Somehow we're all within range.
I was gonna say, for fucking huge things, it's just like, yeah, probably hits fucking everything. Yes.
Well, the burst is radiating from all of its tiles simultaneously.
Yeah, exactly. It's just like,
And then he gets to squid 12 squares. So he'll run over here. This area is now heavily obscured.
Does he provoke?
I would think so. Doesn't say he doesn't.
Okay.
oh, okay.
I'll make a normal melee basic attack.
Yeah, oh my
Mine-
god! Two?
Mine will miss. Mine will miss and just deal 7 damage.
I mean, we are flanking, right?
My 25 versus armor class would still miss.
30?
Oh, wait, 25. 45.
You got it.
Good job.
So you've got 25.
Disadvantage due to the obscurement.
Disadvantage. Okay.
All right.
Then
so
it would be 43.
43
Yeah, so
for 18 plus 7.
yeah, 25 points of damage.
And that's its turn. Igneth.
Leaf is gonna. I mean, he knows the general direction the squid went in, and he's gonna leave this
Yeah.
area fairly quickly.
You follow like the movement trail of the colossal creature.
3, 2, that puts him in range, and then he's gonna smack
That
it.
thing. There's probably a tentacle.
Roll a natural 1.
That won't do it.
No. That'll be his turn.
If he's still got like ink in his mouth.
Maybe.
Cicatrix.
Yes. I suppose. Really is far away, man.
Mm-hmm.
Moving is hard, huh?
Moving is hard.
How dare it get 12 squares of movement?
Okay, sucker. Where's my movement thingy? Here it is. Haha! I hit you, bitch!
Crit,
Sorry. Wait.
but it's not needed.
Oh, it was a crit, wasn't it?
Yeah, good. Just come out of the
Yeah.
like darkness.
Yeah. Better that it dies out here instead of falling on that ice.
That's
This way, just like
Yeah.
lumps.
She just storms out of the fucking ink, swims, and just sticks a claw in an eye and just bores it all the way in.
Mhm.
Shakes it off.
That's going to leave us a few rounds to adjust our positioning.
Yeah, you can basically do that while they break the ice.
Do you want to just camp at the entrance?
I mean, you might very well want to try and like be sneaky and hide. I don't know.
Cloud.
Yeah, especially within the ink.
Just there is a cloud right here.
Like, who knows though? The aboleth may be able to sense your mind.
Oh, it can. It has true. It
Yeah.
doesn't give shit.
Like, probably just like lurk, probably like above, like where the mud pit is.
Mhm.
Yeah.
She wants to be the first target.
The most fair thing to do here probably is just to roll initiative again.
I think so.
Oh my god, a 2. All
There
right.
we go.
Roll that.
That's the kind of result that I expect for myself at 12. Yes.
That's absolute garbage. I refuse this. I will re-roll that. That is not my initiative.
All right.
That is mine.
Power
That's
to just roll initiative.
Yeah, nose for trouble. A daily power. I
Congratulations.
2. I have plus 20. What the
Well,
fuck is this?
A 1d20 means that it can be anything from a 1 to a 20.
Yeah, well, sure.
It's the first creatures that peer out of the mud. Basically, they push through. It's a bunch of these guys. I guess Cicatrix is just ready to react immediately.
Yes, that looks like a fire or a breath, doesn't it?
We probably could have had the time to spend any healing surges that we might have won. Well, no. No, we wouldn't have. Unless we use a second wind.
Mhm.
Neat. How big is the fire breath? Is it
Your dragon breath by default is going to be a burst 4 due to our size.
a a
A blast 4. Blast 4.
Okay. I can not hit a lot of them as I go. Here? That we should hit 3 of them, right?
Yeah, looks like it.
Yeah, you can draw it like that.
Yeah. Oof.
Oh, that's at least a miss. But a hit and a hit is pretty good when it's minions we're talking about, right?
She's ready. She remembers how annoying those were, and as they
Yeah,
emerge,
okay.
acid.
Then
Right,
I
so-
guess he's gonna go and beat that one.
All right. Gets into its aura. vulnerability to psychic. The fish's weird
That's
vibration.
also a crit, but it doesn't.
Spikes that out of
He just like throws it into the cliff, and he's like, boing, and
Yeah.
it falls down.
like, I got your potion of resistance to psychic right here.
Oh,
Yeah,
so
there.
it has blind sight though, so it doesn't care about the obscurity.
Yes.
So let's move over here and try to slam.
No.
It's
No. Also, since it attacked me, I will use my strike back gloves.
all right.
Immediate reaction, use this power when it. Oh no, wait, it says hit me. it did.
It did not hit you.
Yeah, it did not. Never mind.
As swimming out will be another thing. This is something you haven't seen before. It looks like a drow whose skin is entirely transparent and has sort of had webbing between hands and feet as the body has been twisted and turned into an aquatic creature.
That is incredibly gross.
The mud, so just madly twisting and turning, swinging its,
No, easily deflected off the dragon scales.
you know. They seem less dangerous than the other ones. Less specialized. Maybe they're in the process of being created into the others, but that might be a hit.
That'll hit.
7 damage. They fight.
Again, she will use her strike back gloves on him.
Right.
Fuck you.
You will not touch me, peasant.
Breaks easily. The soft skin have been made flimsy.
Wait, is it an immediate interrupt? No, reaction.
You don't get another immediate though until after your next turn.
No, but it was a reaction, right? So that
Yeah.
I still
Immediate
get
reaction means that you do get you take the damage. Yeah.
Missouri feels as the weird scum thing comes close. Your mind is being opened basically to powers of the Aboleth.
Yay! That will just hit. Yes.
10
That will
damage at A7s or 20 damage.
Okay. I guess I'll take the 20 damage. That'll be a 77, which is not quite dazing.
Basically has horrid images and just chaotic psychic energy.
Yeah, I felt this with the Spellscarred Kingdom. I've seen this.
no.
Coming. It's almost like it knew that something would happen.
That will miss.
Also, like it doesn't have to feed its workers for just being standby.
It can't get quite there. But it can get almost there. Malignant.
Let me
Yeah.
unmute myself in 17 places. All right, there is small things. Did we have a short rest after the last encounter, or is this
No,
straight
they
after?
broke. No, they broke through in like less than a minute.
Yeah, okay. Don't want to action point you. Do I have that ability? So these guys are too small to really want to do anything.
Sure, you can
They're
just ignore them.
leaning together with the mind flares. Oh, with the mind flare, Evelyn.
On the one hand, sure. On the other hand, it's a 10 damage in days or 20 damage, which for you is basically 20 damage or 20 damage, right?
Yeah, it's true. It doesn't really make any sense. Yeah, Valignus gonna sacred flame this scum 12 here. 38 versus reflex.
Oh yeah.
And I can't actually see the cicatrix, so Emmy gets the 10 hit points.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the big cloud of squid ink.
Almost like this is designed to linger in the water.
Hmm. Well, all these things can detect anything with blind sight. It's like, wow.
Synergy. That bastard Aboleth.
Swimming faster through the muck. This one moves over here, attacks cicatrix.
No.
Oh. This one is out of this muck as well. To a better position. Can't plug up the place completely, but maybe a little bit more. Would be nice to have some dazed things the Aboleth can work with. So cicatrix, 10 damage or 20 damage.
20 damage. Oh, where was he?
Yeah.
Nope. God. Oof. No, it's gonna be 20.
Sure.
I can't help you if I can't see you.
Yeah. Oh, Lord.
Would not be able to see. So the poison has made him weakened for the encounter and deactivated his mucus aura.
Okay. It's good information. You can move around it without that space being difficult terrain now, Ari.
Yes.
His skin is dried out and he's like,
I shall use that
oh,
when my turn comes.
It's good.
oh, is dazed. It's dominated. Might be a way to fix that, though. Still has powers. Let's see the distance. All right, that's good. So you all will find out that that the aboleth has come out when you hear almost the psionic scream come through the water, spreading out 10 in every direction from the aboleth. As a close burst 10 will go out against Velignith, then Emisuri, then Versicatrix.
Wish I had a close burst in.
I don't like
Right.
that. That's a miss.
Emisuri and Versicatrix.
That's a miss
yeah, that
against
was
me
it.
as well.
Certainly doesn't have the best bonus, but yeah. That is 11 psychic damage and dazed save ends.
Is that factoring in the weekend already? Just checking.
It is not.
Okay.
So half of 11, which is 5.
Mm.
But you
Oof.
avoid 5, so 10.
Yep. Wonderful. So you take 10 psychic damage and you are dazed.
Right.
Could be worse.
It could be much worse.
And then it will take its action point. And it detects towards Cicatrix, a dazed creature, an addled mind. It will then spend its action point to use a dominate.
Okay.
The psionic power will reach out, and the Cicatrix will find that suddenly her body doesn't respond to her own movements. Instead, she's being wielded like a puppet.
Well, that's not nice. I have double save for days. I don't have double save for dominated.
All right. It's the first time we've had this come up in our campaign. Dominated. You're dazed automatically. The dominating creature chooses your action, but the only powers it can make you use are at will powers.
Yeah.
Nope. The others don't even know.
No, they don't. Then I can't tell them. So.
Another
Yep.
one of these scum swim out.
That gets me. I'll take the 20 damage. It'll take me down to 67 HP. Because I had temp 10. That will actually bloody me.
That's a lot of those small guys.
Looks like they're doing a thing. Yeah.
Mm.
As they will swim out. No one liking to stay inside the cave. They're all aquatic.
All right. Minor action will be to breathe poison over these four using dragon breath.
That's fair. All right.
23, 34, 24, and 39 versus reflex.
Hit. Hit. And hit. Turns out the high ones were for the scum. The other ones,
All right.
crap, because they're not really combatants.
All right.
So
Clears out her foes. Great. She looks at that. She knows the Aboleth's out, but heavily obscured. She doesn't know the condition of her cicatrix. I think she looks over at Velignith, thinks that's probably more beneficial for her. I think she's going to use a move action to get over here. Sort of like juxtaposing herself between like Velignith and the cloud anyway. And as a standard action, yeah, this is a close blast 3. She's going to invoke 2 power points, which will take her to 8, to soup up her bull's strength. So psionic energy will charge out from her and into the water and go in a blast 3 like so to target these 4 minions.
all right.
4. That'll be 43, 34, 33, and 40 versus armor class.
That is all hits.
That is, surprisingly, somehow, it means already leader through the minion clear. Who's all that? Her psionic energies. The controller at work, wink.
They're just
Here's it.
smashed psychically for the water.
That's right. You can feel her psionic wrath. That was a move, a minor, and a standard. That'll be the end of her turn.
Cicatrix will move over here.
Oh, hey, the cicatrix.
And then gets a save against the domination and then a save against the daze.
So domination first.
Go.
Dazed.
Oh, I have to roll for both?
Well, you also have like a daze effect that's coming on you,
Well,
just
I
it's a
would
separate
roll my
effect.
d first. I do that at the start of my turn.
Oh, then do it at the start of your turn. Let's see it now. If you were dazed this whole time.
Dominated does make you dazed anyway, but now we know that you weren't separately dazed.
When you're no longer dominated, you won't be dazed.
So, what?
So you're still dominated, which means you're still dazed, but you had a separate daze effect, which you removed. These enemies, like that scum, just kind of like moved right past
Oh
the
yeah.
cicatrix without like.
Cicatrix's eyes tell a different story than what the body's doing. Like it's swimming towards you like an alligator, basically.
And her eyes are like panic. Like this is
This
absolutely
body's, this
horrible.
body's being controlled by someone who doesn't know how to really pilot a dragon.
Like, Imizur is a free action. Will give a concerned look at Velignith.
Velignov is staring at this ink cloud here with a draconic smile. This situation has happened before. There's a bitch-ass black dragon who kept hiding in these. But now, Velignov is a dragon. Minor action, true sight. And then move action, teleport. With his fire burst boots.
True sight 5. All right, yeah.
Which
True
will
sight 5. My god.
burn this guy for 2d6 fire damage, which I assume is enough to kill him.
It just gets boiled.
And then, now that the ink is of no concern to Velignov's, Tiamat blessed eyes, I guess, he is going to Sacred Flame this aboleth.
It's a miss.
I do like you calling it God Sight. I like that.
That's what the ability is called.
Of course it is.
It literally is called that, yeah.
Yeah.
That is a miss. That is sad, because otherwise I could have given the Sacred a saving throw. Action point.
All right.
For, first of all, the Dragon Breath. Boiling Ink, 33 versus Reflex.
That just hits barely, but it does.
Wait, can I? I can do this. I can hit this guy to the north as well.
That guy, sure.
Which actually, let me roll a second attack roll. This will be for the Servitor, because I forgot him before. Which is a 26.
26 does hit.
Cool. And then another Sacred Flame against the Aboleth. 28.
28 is a miss.
Gosh damn it. Okay.
It is a good idea. Just squirrely bastard.
Yep. And that's it.
Yeah, I appreciate the effort.
Swims of Lignith madly.
I really don't want to hit any of you guys.
Where? You get that ship?
Sorry, yes. That is it.
Scum moves up to Emissary. Will strike out.
That will miss the tough green dragon. She is too tough for that.
Can't get through. Let's move over here. Attacks for Lignith, hoping to daze him.
32 is enough. I'll take the 20.
Left then. Disappointing, but his needs are pretty clear. As it will look to the cicatrix, needing to free its mind from puppeting this thing, it will use enslave.
Oh, great.
Target a creature.
Oh no.
35 reflex.
I cannot. Not even I.
41 psychic damage. Which you still have a hit point.
That will be actually only 20 because he is weakened.
That's right.
A horrid poison.
Oof.
So psychic damage. If this reduces to 0, you're enslaved until he dies.
I mean, that can
Great.
be arranged.
Forever.
Great. I'm not dominated anymore, am I?
Yes.
I am?
Yeah.
Even though it hit me?
Yeah.
Mother of God.
Charm.
Aboleths, man.
It's not by your free will that you're dominated.
No, I know.
Emissary.
Okay. Well, as it
I'm
turns
going to say that psychically you could detect what just happened to the cicatrix. Like an attempt to just like change the dragon's personality to worship aboleths.
yeah. Okay. So, got it. For the scum back here, it's time for me to actually showcase this stuff here. I have Cunning Stalker, which means I have combat advantage against enemies that have no creatures adjacent to them other than me. And I also have Opportunistic Withdrawal. While I'm adjacent to an enemy granting combat advantage to me, my movement doesn't provoke opportunity attacks from that enemy. As, yeah. And Missouri Leaders here is able to move freely. Yep. Because these folks, including Cicatrix, who can't even take opportunity attacks while dazed anyway, is able to move past like so. We'll say to here. As a standard action, if that was a move, I will actually utilize something that I've been given by the fairies, but never ended up making use out of, called the Restorative Gauntlets. As Missouri reaches out to touch Cicatrix. You may take, let's see, we're level 19, so 9 points of damage, and end an effect on you that a save can end. Would you like to stop being dominated for 9 hit points?
Yes. Yes, I would.
You are no longer dominated.
I have 13 hit points left, but you know what? That motherfucker's gonna damage me anyway.
I will then use a minor action, because that was my standard, and I already used my move to get temporary hit points. Psionic Vigor. My modifier is 5, so I gain 10 temporary HP. That is the end of my turn.
Cicatrix. You feel a bit of the Fey music from the stones. Maybe this is why Imsir likes it so much. And then suddenly your mind is cleared. The
Yeah.
aboleth is pushed
Yeah.
out.
Yep. Imizure looks at you and nods heartily.
Go for Aboleth or try to get HP from killing one of these motherfuckers.
I feel since you accepted the see it done compulsion, that the
Yeah.
Aboleth, especially after what happened there, might be powering you.
How does you feel about being immobilized in your own body and then made to?
Yeah, you're right. You're right. There's no
So
question.
it's almost like Yaffle all over again.
It kind of is.
In this place. Wow.
Oh God, no, it is
Oh
the same
no! I
place.
considered that. You're right. Okay. Oh yeah. So even though when Resicatrix snaps out of it, even though before it was panic, but the movement of the eyes is sort of the same, except it's just like a feral, crazy, like a cat pushed into a corner with like rabid dogs or whatever. She's just like absolutely batshit crazy now. Like this is not. And yeah, she will use her minor. No, she will first use her bloodbath attack.
That just hits.
All right. Meaning
Not
it will not
prone,
take.
such as it is underwater.
Yes, and she will action point. And
Ongoing
let's
5 damage.
here.
You could second wind, but if she's like so enraged,
Nah, yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen. No, that's not the one. Which one is it? Second edition. Yes. Right. And she is gonna then use her. Where is it?
You've got advantage because he's prone.
Oh, I got advantage because it's bleeding now.
Hmm. Alright.
Yes. Yes. Wait, which one was it?
Circling Predator. Is that with the advantage?
No.
that's 36 and 42 then.
2 hits.
And there will be a sneak attack on top of it.
15. 18. 14. Slash after slash after slash into it. And you have combat advantage until the end of your next turn.
You do.
Because it twisted. It expected you. It didn't expect Fey gauntlets. To come.
That was not part of the plan.
No one expects fairy magic. It just happened.
That's me.
Does fighting in the ink does anything?
It gives it cover, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Listen,
So-
Aboleth scum 8. I mean, you might be concerned about me, but your Aboleth's under attack.
Exactly.
I don't think the ongoing stacks, right?
No.
No.
Yeah.
One source is just the same. This scum moves to a Cicatrix and tries to slam.
That will hit. Ooh.
Right, 10 damage and dazed, or 20 damage.
Fuck. Yeah.
I think you take the days here.
Well, yeah. I guess I'll
No.
take it. Suck up an attack.
Well,
for
I suppose Sheep would be like, no, fuck it, don't take the days, go negative. He'll just use his cleric magic.
Yeah, I feel like that would be better.
All right.
But it's up to you, of course.
Let me roll here.
Flips a coin.
I mean, to be fair, maybe Cicatrix is like, I will not be dominated again.
Yeah. That is exactly what she does. She will go below.
Persistent
No.
mental attack.
Yeah, better dead than controlled.
Mhm.
That makes sense.
Plus she has, you know,
Remember
been
to
there
remove.
before.
Remember to remove an action point.
Hmm?
Remember to remove the action point you spent.
Oh, yep.
That's a Rigneth. You see it.
I was like, where's my token? Oh, it's this one.
Oh yeah, the Ligneth can in fact see the Cicatrix go down. Look at that. The Ligneth's gonna move. Like so.
Take opportunity.
Yep.
Fine.
That'll hit. I'll take the 20.
I'll swing.
That will also hit. I'll take 7. And then it's time for a Cure Critical Wounds on the Cicatrix. The fires of Tiamat wash over her, and you can spend 3. You can regain hit points as if you had spent 3 healing surges.
It's incredible.
It's a big old heal.
Our Tiamat, baby.
Yes.
Feeling your bones.
Like this is
So-
why we like the queen. We accept her.
Yeah. Yep. So remember that you start from 0 HP when you get healed.
Yeah. Oh. Ooh.
And
Well, I'm just gonna heal. No.
that'll be Valiant's turn here.
All right. Well, this one's just going to follow him.
It's fair, that's a miss.
Swing and a miss.
Bam. Oh. Whew.
No longer dying.
Oh, wait. It did not do that again. Right.
That misses. Yeah, you should be at 93 HP.
I was like, wait a minute. It's like, Grimace just told me.
This
Just
one
did.
takes Rigneth.
Yep. It's another 20. Wait, that bloodies me. That's good. Valignov is bloodied, which means he gets to use his... What do I use? Yeah, he's gonna use a Ring of Tiamat's Boon, which... when you become bloodied, use one of your encounter powers. He is going to... Wait, I retrained Healing Strike. Why do I still have it in my bar? That's not right. He's just gonna use the Forge Master's Flame against the scum. 28 versus AC.
Just hits.
Cool. Smack.
Rigneth is bleeding.
Have you used a channel divinity power in this encounter, Sheik?
I have not.
Okay.
Rights itself. Is Cicatrix prone?
I mean, she just
Oh,
came
yeah.
back to life. Right?
Yeah.
I figured.
You're all flipped around. Well, Rigneth, you need to just try to smack this dragon with a tentacle. So what you got? That'll be a +2, so a 33.
Yeah, I'll do it.
All right, 12 damage and your dazed save ends. As it slams you. Psychically shocking. Cicatrix. And it'll make a save itself. It does. It's the ongoing.
All right. I get my turn. Well, Scum once again is able to be moved away from, as it's adjacent to no other creatures. Misery Leader there ignores it, moves here next to the Aboleth. Now, if there's going to be any entity, like in the known cosmos that she's encountered thus far that can shrug off a Mind Blade, it's going to be an Aboleth. Entity of the Far Realm, or psionic powers, if there's going to be something that can match her in wits and will, it's going to be this. But damn it, if she isn't going to try to lash out at the Aboleth's bizarre, crazy mind to make it feel pain.
Yeah.
I do have no. Where Stitch Curse does not help in this. So it'll be a 42 versus Will.
I mean,
Nice.
that's a good hit.
Yeah.
I will, but that does strike it.
Holy shit.
So you
Okay.
overload its psionic mind for a moment.
Doing it when it matters, man.
Make it fall unconscious. Oh shit! I'm thinking these are really she was gonna take a free action to be like, wow,
Yeah,
that
she's
worked.
dead looking like
Holy shit!
I did it.
Yeah, this was a standard. That was a move. I will expend my action point. I have not
Governor,
done so.
worth bearing too. It feels right to do this because this
Yes.
is like you have psionic power, and it is for this.
Right. This explicit purpose of destroying these damn things. Right. That's my action point used. I become insubstantial and phasing until the start of my next turn. It's a standard action. I am going to, I think, single power point brutal barrage attack this aboleth. Yeah. It's helpless creature. Any hits I score are critical hits. Great. Has a -5 to its defenses. It's prone, so yeah, I have basically a +7 to my attack rolls, but it's heavily obscured, so I lose out as a +5 to my attack rolls. Okay, cool. The 28, that's a 43, a 29, and a 30, which becomes a 33, 48, 34, and 35 versus armor class.
That's 2 hits.
Okay. That will be then 28 damage plus 6d8 points of damage. 50 points of damage on the aboleth.
Smash
She
and embrace.
smashes at this horrid aberrant thing that she hates so much. To be destroyed. Minor action is going to be to... We'll spend a power point and we'll mark the aboleth as well as the scum that's next to where Cicatrix. That'll be the end of my turn.
All right. Cicatrix.
I will roll for dazed.
Yeah.
Come on, yes.
I get to get rid of it before it even matters.
I get my turn, you bitch. And it's still just unconscious down there.
You would crit with every attack.
Yeah, yeah. Let me just. That's- I don't even have any more. I already used all my double attacks.
Okay, just do it with something that you're pretty sure can hit it, because if you hit it, you'll get a crit. It
Yeah.
has a -5 to its defenses right now.
You know what? Do
You know, it's also obscured though.
But she has combat advantage.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, that's an actual crit. No, it's not. Is it?
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Well,
Oh,
Did it.
well.
A
Well,
wasted
first
20.
I'm gonna get a sneak attack. No, it's not wasted.
You take that back.
it is bloodied. And then I will pack it more.
Target takes... What? What's up with that?
It takes 20 at the start of its turn too. Okay, and then the bonus attack for crit. Also just a hit. Reduced. So you crit on the offhand attack too,
Okay.
because you hit it.
So let me roll 2d10
Your feats give you for crits.
plus 2d4. No, not 10. This the offhand is different. All right. Takes 12 more damage.
I guess you just rip and tear, and like it makes sense, really.
Yes.
Flip out.
Considering how enraged the Black Dragon is right now.
And I guess then I'll stand up.
Right yourself in the water.
We'll shift over here. Attacking Missouri.
That will miss. The dragon is too tough.
Alright, I heard crits on the menu.
Oh.
It's gonna go here. That's a miss. And my hardest hitter, I'm gonna change the macro so I will just have it automatically roll a 20. Which
Well,
makes...
it might matter for the actual attack roll because you could still miss.
You could roll one, yeah.
That is
Or-
true.
yeah,
Yeah, let's not do that. Okay. I rolled a 3. Is
That
that
does look like a miss.
28? I mean, would be a 33 because it's prone, right? And I don't have a penalty from concealment, and I am flanking, so it would be a 35.
Then it just hits.
Great. And
Thank
then
you,
I'm gonna roll that again for the crit damage. So just force it to crit. There we go. 90 damage.
Crit damage.
As one does.
Yep. I mean, Villignev has a high crit, like +5 weapon.
Yeah. Yeah, you do have that special weapon that the Azer made.
Yeah. My crit damage, my extra crit damage is 2d12 plus 5d6.
Well, it had 87.
Nice.
So, 3 wasted hit points.
You know, the cicatrix on the one hand just slash here, slash there. Villignev's just one smash.
Big tearing. I mean, basically, this thing is being held between all of you at this point. Just being torn apart.
Each of us taking a piece of the aboleth.
I mean, to be fair, it's big enough. Like, there's enough for everyone here.
The servitor suddenly shakes and twists and then runs away.
Do they, though?
Scum don't. They still attack. Seems the servitors can be.
Yep. That'll hit. I'll lose the temp HP and be taken down to 57 hit points.
They're very mad. These scum, they've killed their god.
Misery Leader Sphere uses 2 power point bull strength attack against the scum to wield the psionic energies against them. 27 and 40 versus armor class. Then
Get down.
then move action to give chase.
Yeah.
That thing's not getting out of here.
Move that there. Then that combat is over as the water is full of ink slowly clearing up. And the body's sort of beginning to sink to the bottom here. Weirdly enough, the weird sort of transparent skin on these things begin to dissolve. They almost turn into the ooze slime that aboleths have all around them.
Look at all the fucking dead bodies, you guys.
Yeah,
So all of them, yeah.
it's a nice proper minion combat.
You zoom out, you're like, oh, whoa, okay.
Speaking
A bunch of other types of people.
speaking metagame wise, we should probably handle the exploration of that for next session. We can head back up to the surface and take a short rest. It also gives time for the poison or whatever's left to clear out of there too.
Yeah. I mean, it's poison that targets aquatic creatures. I don't see a problem.
If you want to challenge the advice of the Priestess of Tolona on that matter, go for it.
No, I absolutely do not want to mess with it.
I was gonna say,
Skip to how did we cure Rearman fear?
Yeah. If you want to say I can take it, go for it.
Oh yeah, I was mostly trying to make a quip at both, I think, green and black dragons being semi-aquatic, but red dragons definitely not.
look.
Roll 56 plus 36 plus 36 is 128. We'll get another one down. 13.
So use my second one of those.
Another session of no goals completed.
I mean, there's just so much shit happening.
I
Yeah.
mean, we're almost done with the explore the old lair.
And you killed an aboleth, which is a no small feat. Those things are scary.
Yeah, that's
Yes.
also good
So,
for
and that fucking octopus?
A
What
squid.
the-
Colossal
squid.
squid. I mean, it makes perfect sense that the aboleth would be like, well,
Oh yeah.
if that dragon knows where I
Like,
am.
3 attacks, but like 40 damage. Like,
I mean, it's colossal size.
yeah, I mean, look at it. Just like
Yeah.
big,
Yeah.
like a small kid.
Yeah.
Just
After after all these sessions that we've had over the course of the 2 years of this campaign that have involved an aboleth, one has been slain by the dragons.
You're glad you didn't fight it earlier.
Yes, 100%. I thought I would have been a campaign ender at the time, along with all the other campaign enders.
Yeah.
Yeah, fighting this, like, aboleth, like, 3 levels ago would not have been nice.
Like, like one of the like realistic ways we could have prepared more was for like the like getting resistance to psychic damage. But even then, like we fought this thing by giving it an anathematic poison for it that it never considered possible,
It was
trapping
half
it in there for a bit.
You took away his mucus.
Yeah, he would have had difficult terrain around him otherwise, and he dealt half damage.
Yeah. I mean, the minions are also cruel. Because they're like 20 damage, or this might, like, or this aberrant is just gonna fuck your mind up.
And
Oh,
you're
great.
vulnerable to psychic 5. Yeah,
Great,
but
great.
imagine your character getting enslaved to the aboleth.
Yeah. No, yeah, that corpse is getting.
And then the others had to retreat, and then
Yeah, I don't think you then get put in a nice, comfortable prison for us to rescue.
No. Won't even be fed bamboo. You know, it's just like nothing.
except the aboleths though, they have plenty of drow servitors these days. So many places been flooded. Whole cities down there.
Oh, it's horrible.
Yeah. Good work today, though, team. We did it. Beat an aboleth.
Things happened.
Yeah, it was
Yes.
a good fight. I enjoyed that.
Yeah. You beat up some trees, which we'll have that conversation, I guess, next time as well, Ari, because your
Yes.
character incidentally mentioning, oh, by the way, that's definitely going to get a response from Immy's leader there. It'll be worth telling the story for
They
that.
probably didn't like just like mention it, right? Because these people lived in the valley. Surely they would have seen.
Yeah. I think we'll bring that up during the short rest. That
Oh
makes
yeah, definitely.
sense.
It's like
Start
a,
next session.
you know.
Immy's leader there contemplates whether she actually wants to tell the story.
Hmm. Yeah.
Oh, man. Yes. Slain Aboleth, and we're close to that goal. Hooray! One day, Valignith will have his Earth moat.
Yep.
Yes, you know.
One day.
Literally a matter of time.
Like,
That's right. The Temple of Agma has had a clock put on it by the Reavers and by the Death King.
Yeah.
Multiple foes.
They have things that people want. Powerful people.
Yeah. I mean, if we can trust the Illithid dragon, then the Lizard Man Prophet's totally false and being manipulated by the Stone Giant.
I mean, I suspected that the entire time, so I don't. I think that's right. I think it's not a real prophet.
Yeah.
The
well,
only
definitely
real,
too.
the only real prophet in Avatar here is Velinger. Come on.
Like, Ari, I am enjoying the idea of like your character and you like exploring like some of the wreckage that we've left behind previously in this campaign, going, what the fuck is this shit?
gotta say, like I'm listening to the voice, and I'm like I finally found a way to like get them on my phone. And sometimes I'm like in the beginning I was just like, no, why? No, like the smashing the tomb. It was like the first or the second session. I was like, but now just like now it's just laughing. I'm just like, yeah, it's just there's some sessions where you're just like, especially like episodes like, oh, I'm sure that won't come back to bite us, and I'm like, yeah, and I'm like, yeah, it won't bite two of you. You're not here.
That's the lazy dragon at work for you.
I was like, oh, it's a lot of fun, like seeing. Also, just like realizing how early some of the people came in. Like Nova Grease been rolled up. Like I've seen it. Like it's like, oh shit. I see that like old like temple of those like crazy shadow monks, and I'm like, I wonder if those people weren't like star people training shadow monks for more influential places. Like it's fun to like see.
The world has certainly been heavily shaped by the player characters. In
Yeah.
a huge way.
Mhm.
I will say sometimes I'm like, oh, and then you're like, well, my character would never know. So like, oh, well, oh, it's very interesting. Oh, well,
Right.
okay.
It gives you the satisfaction, though, of like her potentially asking one of the other dragons and the
Yeah.
dragon then explaining, and you being able to sit on your high horse and going, "You did what?"
Yeah, literally sometimes it's just like, and it's sometimes like it's really funny listen to it, but it's also just like that. It can switch to that like perspective of like, yeah, that's what we're dealing with. It's like, oh, yeah, the Death King, huh? That was great. Have him released. Not a problem. But I mean, it seems like there's so much shit around those mountains. Honestly, you could barely move without having
Yeah, it's
activated
been
something.
a. There's a lot of stuff in the Serpent Valley.
Yeah.
Well, the Serpent Valley is special.
I think that's irrefutable because it's the birthplace of us. Oh. All right, everyone. Good work, team. Good work, sheep. Good work, viewers.
Yes.
Yeah.
Out of here. Next time, maybe you get your answers.
Maybe. Or I'll
Maybe.
roll badly on my Kana and it'll all been for naught. I feel like that
Gold.
ruins that happened a lot. And I was like,
All right. Thanks for watching. Ending the stream here. See you next week, probably.
see you.